Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV. It's time once again for V8SCOPS, one of the premier V8 supercar series in the iRacing Oz NZ community. We are back on home turf at Winton Motor Raceway for round 8. The V8SCOPS 250 is coming up very shortly for Split 1 action, but of course Split 2 is up first. My name's Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me in the comms box, and Dan Yeaman behind the scenes in the production chair, bringing it to you live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. David, we are back at Winton, a track that is very close to, I think, everyone's hearts who's watching this and taking part today. It's going to be a fun one.
It's Hungaroring without the Hungarian sausage, I think, here at Winton. It's tight, it's technical, it's twisty, but it has its fans, it has a lot of history, it gets used for a lot of testing. And the key overtaking opportunities are the braking zone at turn 10, turn 11, or maybe the very difficult high curbs at turns 1 and 2 can create some mistakes that lead to overtaking down at turn 3. Put your metal hat on, Reese. This is Bush Ranger country.
Certainly is. This track has been around for quite a number of years now. From 1961, what is now the club layout was the main circuit. The extension that brought us turns 10, 11, and 12 opening in 1997. It's 3 kilometers exactly in length and 12 turns, all of which are going to provide some difficulties for the drivers. There's some clear overtaking opportunities in places around the circuit, but it can be very difficult to actually get those moves done. It's a tight and slow affair is Winton, especially in cars like this. We haven't got much time before the Split 2 race is ready to go, so very quickly we'll go through the race format. It's 30 laps with a 50-minute time limit, 1 compulsory pit stop between laps 2 and 29. There is a fuel tank limit, which means they will have to stop for fuel. And the times being set in pre-qualifying for Split 2. We have Brett Loxton starting on pole position for this one. He's got Stephen Banks for Pacific Esports Racing alongside him on the front row, which is going to be an interesting matchup coming into that first turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And because this is a supercars circuit, we start on the standing start in our proper 2 wide rows. So it is nose to nose for Brett Loxton and Stephen Banks to race down towards turn 1.
They are followed up on the second row by Mark Poynton and Craig Bond. We have Hunter Salvatore starting out of P5 with Joe Mahoney in 6th spot. Alex Nogre, one of our international competitors, jumping in for gridandgo.com esports. He's going to start alongside Kevin Norman, will the Spaniard. Cameron Jones and Cameron Gerrity. It's an all-cam 5th row to round out your top 10.
A dual cam, if you will. Benjamin Smith in 11th, Matt Bailey in 12th. The field of 29 continues with Trent Bennett in 13th. There's Ayrton Williams in 14th on the grid. And fourth row is Andrew Ritchie and Robbie Bradbury. 15th and 16th on the grid, Jaden Green and Brandon Levin. And then it's Ian Shute and Ryan Nelson.
Aaron Gilbert, teammate to Brett Loxton, starting out at 21st place. Then it's Justin Wallace alongside him. Cameron Gilson and Daryl Callahan sharing the 12th row of the grid. Ryan Shelton, international competitor of many years from the USA, starting out of 25th alongside Vincent Skilbeck. Final three cars on the grid, Martin Lipsky, Peter Wilkinson, good to see Wilco out there, and Brendan Murdoch in the 29th and final grid spot, just in time for the start of the race. Here we go then. 30 laps at Winton with a compulsory pit stop, revs rise, and we are away. And it looks like our pole man didn't quite react to the lights as quickly as Stephen Banks did. Banks is going to lead into turn one, but a massive start there from Mark Poynton, my apologies, getting alongside Craig Bond and making contact out of turn two. This is a bad spot to have a slide, but they both somehow managed to get off the racetrack. That is a very lucky escape for the majority of our field. Now the question is whether or not Poynton and Bond will be able to get back to the pits. Goodness me, Andrew Ritchie. That was a bit of a problem there for him. Fortunately, just enough space for him to squeeze through. Otherwise, looks like there's been minimal dramas in the rest of the field. Eton Williams has fallen down the order somewhat, 8 positions down, but we've had big gains for the majority of our drivers here. It is Banks versus Loxton for the lead.
It is, so it's a good getaway from Banks. A pile-up forming in turn 7. We go through that twisty series of head-ends underneath the tree.
We certainly do. And Banks is still defending a chaotic first lap. Robbie Bradbury just getting going there as Craig Bond moves back through. And we're side by side again. Brett Loxton could go around the outside of the last couple of corners here if he plays his cards right. Look at that. He's nose ahead at the apex and on the exit, and a bit of wheel spin for Stephen Banks will make him fall but down to third as Hunter Salvatore takes great advantage of the battle between our leaders.
Awesome opening lap for Salvatore there. It was a great getaway from the standing start. He'd already made some positions before they got to turns 1 and 2. Then some other cars collided, picked up a spot there, just made a great pass. Now he's in second place, up 3 spots in 1 lap.
Brilliant stuff. Have a look at this between Cameron Jones and Alex Nogue, a driver that I've usually seen in international GT3 competition. He certainly jumped into this supercar and made good use of it around here. A respectable performance in pre-qualifying and has made his way back up to his starting position of 6th now. Cameron Jones, though, proving a tough customer to get by. Looks like up the front, our battles are starting to compress again. It's between Loxton and Salvatore for the lead, but Stephen Banks has been joined by Joe Mahoney, who's had a fantastic run of things. Up in P4 right now and with a sizable gap to the rest of the top 10.
A couple of chaotic incidents on that opening lap, but none of them bring out the safety car, so we are now in the compulsory pit stop window. We might not be within the fuel range window. It's a two-pronged strategy situation there with the compulsory pit stop, but also the reduced fuel tank size, which just slightly narrows when you'd want to or be able to take that CPS.
Yeah, indeed. Winton, a track that doesn't have much on throttle time, though there's a few big straights that you can really power your way down. So I think for now, drivers are just getting into the rhythm of the race, trying to sort out where their positions are and what they can fight for later on, focusing on getting past those who they would argue would be slower than them. Cameron Garrity for Banter Alliance is right on the back of Matt Bailey here for 8th spot. And you see just outside of frame, Jaden Green for the Project 36 outfit in his Mustang. View on board from Matt Bailey as they come into the triple hairpin that really defines the lap here at Winton. Super slow corners, mechanical grip is everything, and managing the power on the exit in second gear.
And the track gets just a little bit wider going into turn 7 as well, and you see drivers sort of drive in narrow if they're trying to protect their track position, but really open up and swing in from wide if they're doing a qualifying lap or trying to look after their tyres. So that is one of the differences you see when they're racing wheel to wheel from 7, 8 and 9 there. iRacing have done a great job with making the trees look like real gum trees around here. And when the cars aren't roaring their V8s off, Some very good audio sound out there for the kookaburras and the other birds that you expect to hear when you're camping.
Absolutely. Winton is located in country Victoria, some distance northeast of Bendigo, which is where SimSpeed HQ is located. It's very close to home for us here at SimSpeed. In quite the literal sense. Our usual producer, Jay Kennedy, has come here many a time with his son, Harrison, over the years. Battle continuing on, though. Further back in the field, we focus on drivers making their way through turn 3 at the moment. Justin Wallace, just inside the top 20, has got Ayrton Williams trying to regain some spots, but Wallace is focusing eyes forward at the moment, up the inside of Martin Lipsky, who, despite not having the best qualifying performance, managed to take advantage of all the chaos on that opening lap and has managed to gain a few spots, but it looks like he's about to lose them here. Oh dear, that's Andrew Ritchie going off there. Some slight side-by-side contact between himself and Lipsky on the way into the hairpins, and the recovering Craig Bond gets another position back in the process.
You saw that extra width that appears in turn 7 there, with Williams diving down the inside there, a few other cars trying to follow through, and that's where the contact happened. Again, that is a surprising little overtaking opportunity there.
Yeah, certainly is. There's a few spots around this circuit where you can throw a move that you might not otherwise expect. Andrew Ritchie trying his best also to get a recovery going. Down to 24th at the moment, down 9 spots. The biggest losers in the field being Mark Poynton and Craig Bond, both starting in the middle of the top 10, but getting involved with each other on lap 1. They currently sit 21st and 23rd, and by some miracle, they don't seem to have gotten too much damage. But having said that, at the foreground of shot there, you see that Mark Poynton is missing the front fascia of his Chevrolet Camaro. So not ideal, but it's not really a disadvantage here at Winton. The average speed around this place is so low that some aerodynamic damage isn't going to put you back much.
It's one of those faceless online trolls I've been hearing about. That's unfair to Mark Poynton. Good guy, loves racing this car, races a lot, races some other leagues on SimSpeed TV as well. So this is a car that he's got practice with. He races wheel to wheel all the time in it, and he, with that bit of damage, he's going to have to keep his elbows wide for the rest of the race.
Yeah, he certainly will. It looks like Mark Poynton has unfortunately just received a 10-second time penalty from race control for that contact with Craig Bond on lap 1, so it's not going to be ideal for him. This is how it happened. Poynton just getting a little sideways on the exit of turn 3. We'll move back to the start here. It was a very fast start from Poynton, but the 3 wide that almost resulted in turn 1 probably throwing him off a little bit. Tyres cold, wheels spinning up, and unfortunately, Craig Bond couldn't really do much about that. He was fully alongside. So that incident, as we've seen, has gotten Mark Poynton a 10-second penalty. That'll either be added to his pit stop or the end of his race time.
Jeez, and then you had one spun car of Andrew Ritchie who came through, and they thought the track was clear, but it was approaching an unsafe rejoin. This is how Ritchie ended up there. Meeting
Three-wide
sandwich.
contact. That's not ideal. Ryan Shelton, apparently, the car that made contact there, and it's worth pointing out that Shelton is racing from the United States on an Australian server, so, well, actually, I'm going to abandon that point. That didn't look net-cody at all. That was just straight up 3 cars going into a corner where they couldn't fit.
Yes. While we're looking at that, there's been a couple more incidents, but there were plenty of incidents the whole way through. So I think this is still that opening lap at turn 8.
Oh, that was Gilbert, I think, Aaron Gilbert, who had a bit of contact with Andrew Ritchie, Robbie Bradbury, getting my drivers confused, something chronic here. And that's what caused the big pile-up that we saw in the background on lap 1.
Yes, indeed. So someone sort of moves out from behind the car they were stuck behind, and then it sort of gets into him. 7 laps into 30 and no one has made a pit stop yet, which very much leads you to think, even with the damaged cars out there, that we're well before the fuel range to get home.
Indeed. Jaden Green on lap 6. Oh, that looked like an unsafe rejoin there, and race control will probably be looking hard at that one. On live pictures, a lot has been going wrong for Benjamin Smith. He has fallen down to 26th place. So we'll get a view of that shortly. But still on the replay here for Smith. Contact potentially with Gilbert here. Round he goes at turn 4. And has to sheepishly get back going again. It was interesting, though. Just before that contact, he was slowing down on the straight between turns 2 and 3. And that tells me that he might have picked up a slowdown somewhere, but I can't quite pick out where it was.
I mean, there's got to be track limits somewhere with the curves of turn 1 and 2, although they seem to be able to be very loose with flying over those.
Well, Smith is flying into turn 1 at the moment, sending wide here on live pictures. He'll be trying his best to get back into the top 20 by the end of the race. Meanwhile, this is a giant battle for sure. Ayrton Williams in this car right here for Satellite Racing. He's got Vincent Skilbeck right on the back of him. Vincent Skilbeck, another long-time V8SCOPS competitor. He knows his way around these things, and he knows his way around Winton too. Up the inside, though, not without a bit of biffo, and it looks like Ryan Nielsen is going to take advantage of that and potentially also move past Ayrton Williams. We have Mark Poynton in the middle of all of this as well, still carrying that damage from lap 1, and Craig Bond at the back of this pack. They're both trying desperately to work their way back up through the pack, but it seems like this particular pack is proving a bunch of very tough customers.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading to turn 11. Entries on the outside here. And right on cue.
Yep, in goes Ryan Nielsen. He's going to join Cameron Gerrity and Jaden Green as the first drivers to take their compulsory pit stop in this race. Early move into pit lane is going to potentially give them a bit of track position when everyone else decides to come in, but the other side of that coin, traffic is always a problem at Winton, and you pit now when the field is still compressed. You're going to be dealing with traffic on those fresh tyres, so you might not get as much of an advantage as you'd like. Mahoney starting to lose out a little bit here to Alex Nogue, who is absolutely monstering these hairpins and taking about 0.4 of a second out of Joe Mahoney on the previous lap.
Yeah, some long corners, a lot of traction zones, but being the time of year that it is in Winton, the track is relatively cool at 24 Celsius. So we're not looking at a scorching track temperature, but you're looking at a circuit where the tyres don't get a whole lot of break. And so you're turning, you're getting traction out of quite a few slow corners, and you use quite short gears as well.
Yeah, Winton is one of the tracks on the Real World Supercars calendar that has one of the shortest gear ratios of the entire season. And, you've got to be so careful of the power delivery there. Shorter gears, of course, mean better acceleration, but it's not worth much if you can't put that power down to the virtual tarmac.
Got a good view of the onboard there. That sort of 6th gear means 220 kilometers an hour, not 270 at this track.
Yeah, very low average speed here at Winton as they make their way through the hairpins once again. Nogue is, I'm quite impressed with his form, honestly. It's always good when a European or American sim racer decides to have a go at our local championships.
Are we going to take Matt Bailey at face value as well with the flag of Mongolia?
I don't think so.
Oh, I'm going to.
All right, suit yourself.
The world is how I make it.
Indeed. Everything is just a social construct in the end, isn't it? In the meantime, all over the back of the JTI Team Race on Oz Mustang is Mr. Nogue here. Kevin Norman looming in the background in the number 73 Camaro, and seems to be gaining a little bit on these guys. 1 minute 23.4 and 0.3 respectively for Mahoney and Nogue, with Kevin Norman setting a 122.9. Fastest lap of the race so far is a 122.0 from Cameron Jones. Brett Loxton and Hunter Salvatore, meanwhile, running pretty stably in the low 1 minute 23s right now, and they've been all over each other the entire time we've been looking through the rest of the field. These guys are not giving each other a break.
Almost sensing Loxton parking it up a little bit at the apexes here. Hunter Salvatore was very close at the apex. Ooh, well, that's not quite parking it up, is it? That's him trying to get the nose underneath, and Brett Loxton just looks like he's struggling.
Yeah, potentially Hunter Salvatore's just taking more out of the tyres, though, which will give him a disadvantage later on in this first stint. Loxton gets a bit of momentum back as news comes in from race control there. Benjamin Smith with a 10-second time penalty for contact with car number 33, which is Jaden Green. And Green himself has gotten a 5-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin from that incident.
Control working through it all, and keeping an eye on those lap times. Definitely noticing some drop off. Keep an eye on this.
Whoop. Here we go, up the inside at turn 3, and that's Hunter Salvatore to the lead of the race. Just manages to clear Loxton, but a little bit of contact on the way into turn 4. Loxton not willing to let Salvatore get away with this, but it's worth pointing out that they don't want to cost each other too much time. Remember, this is split 2. These are the drivers that weren't able to make it into the main game split 1 through pre-qualifying, but they can race their way into split 1 if they finish in the top 3. That gives you the golden ticket to race in split 1 later on, if you are able to, and if you so desire. It would appear that the top 4 are involved in a battle at the moment. And it's Stephen Banks, who currently sits in that magic 3rd spot. So let's see if he can keep, number 1, keep Cameron Jones behind him. Number 2, stay with Salvatore and Loxton.
It's very generous. There's 3 golden tickets to be given out from split 2 before we head up to all of the action of split 1. So highest running car that's made their pit stop, Cameron Garrity, and I'm seeing the pit stop times from everyone at just over 10 seconds. So the amount of fuel that they're taking on board, they are also taking 4 new tyres.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Winton, quite a twisty circuit, and though it's majority slow corners, the tyres are put through quite a bit around here with how much you're accelerating and braking around the laps. So it's a sensible decision to take all 4 tyres, though you aren't necessarily required to at a compulsory pit stop. That's Craig Bond's pit stop, and he's managed to get back out there.
After Ryan Nielsen's pit stop, he's the fastest driver out on track with 26.7. Beats the sort of 23.2, 23.3 that the leaders are doing. So there's certainly a good half a second a lap or so in that undercut. And this is a short, quick lap. So that's quite a lot in proportional terms. That's what Winton looks like.
Yes. as we saw at the start of the broadcast.
One could even say an abstract moose.
Indeed, there we go. That's what Mr. Yeaman was going for. Relative positions of all the cars out on track. You see into the final corners, the number 60 of Hunter Salvatore leading the pack, but there's a big gulf in between Matt Bailey and Brandon Levin there. Levin all on his own. Main battles are at the front of the field inside the top 8, and it looks like Matt Bailey is getting the move done on Kevin Norman there. Norman with not the best of exits onto the start-finish straight. And the question is, did he let Matt Bailey go, or was there another problem there?
Sure. Kevin Norman certainly didn't try to defend it, whether it was the intention from earlier on or just a result of a little mistake in the traction zone of the final 2 corners. Matt Bailey is going to be very happy about. Top 3-4 cars getting way closer, by the way. So Loxton, I think, is just struggling a little bit at this time.
Yeah, it's curious to see. I mean, this is an open setup championship, so all the drivers and their teams working on their own settings for these cars. It would appear that Hunter Salvatore has a bit of a better handle and is able to extend the tyre life a little bit more here. Loxton pushing so hard in those opening stages with Salvatore behind him may have burnt through his rears, and well, looks like we see a couple of drivers looking to dip out of that one. Cameron Jones making his way into the pit lane, and potentially Joe Mahoney and Matt Bailey as well finding their way in. Mark Poynton had to come back into the pits a little bit earlier because when he took his pit stop for damage, I think he sped on pit lane. And unfortunately, he has come back into the pits and has not re-emerged for the time being. So I think we might be seeing the last of Mark Poynton here tonight. This is Poynton coming into the pits earlier, or actually coming out of them. And he should get the black flag right about there, maybe. This is curious here from Poynton. I'm not entirely certain what's going on here.
Just waiting for the traffic to go or something.
Either that, or there's an issue outside of the sim that he had to try and navigate. But we'll see a little bit later then, I suppose, exactly what gave Mark Poynton the black flag. So he was on track at the time he got the black flag. I wonder if this was for the incident limit.
He cut turn one. Maybe there's a slowdown that didn't clear. Because he tried to get out of everyone's way, exiting the pit lane, and he cut T1.
Yeah, okay. Well, it looks like... yeah, looking at that pit speed. Whoa, okay, that's what did it. That's what did it there. Wheel spin on the way out of pit lane, and he ended up getting onto the racetrack before the blue cone, which is going to get you a penalty 100% of the time. Another black flag for Trent Bennett. It looks like that was also for a problem in pit lane, as pit lane itself is a hive of activity on the 16th lap of this race.
I think Bennett has an unsafe pit entry rather than speeding. If you go further back, I think he's hit the wall trying to go around the cone. Then it's speeding too and cutting that. Sloppy all around.
Difficult pit entry here at Winton. We'll get another view of that on board. Just braked too late for the turn there. Ran off track. Tried his best to get it going again. And unfortunately, going at over nearly 100 k's an hour when the yellow cones came up, which is where you have to have slowed down to about 50 k's an hour. Not ideal for Trent Bennett, and he's going to be spending a bit more time in pit lane as a result. But we've seen a ton of pit stops from the majority of the field now. Just coming out of pit lane, the likes of Stephen Banks and not Alex Noguet, he stayed out. Leader of the cars that has pitted is Cameron Jones, with Banks, Mahoney, Bailey and Garrity behind him rounding out the top 10. Still waiting on stops from our top 5, plus Peter Wilkinson down in P13. Everyone else has made their stop already.
Yeah, this has been good for Salvatore because having passed Brett Loxton, he's opened up a little bit of time. Meanwhile, with a lap time like that from Cameron Jones, you imagine that Loxton is at serious risk of being undercut.
Yeah, indeed. Trying his best to keep the tyre life going, but it looks like an early pit stop has been the way to go here. Once those first couple of pit stops started, it was a pretty steady trickle of cars coming through pit lane. Here's Cameron Jones, P4 ahead of Ayrton Williams, and Williams has not pitted yet, so there's a bit of a pace disadvantage for him at the moment. Jones looking very grippy out there, as our top 2 have just entered the pit lane. Hunter Salvatore and Brett Loxton finding their way into the service lane. And question now becomes, how long will their stops be? Is Loxton going to get a better pit stop time? And will he be able to keep those tyres in their window once they get on the car and come back at Hunter?
So we're looking at pit stops typically between 10 to 12 seconds. I think it is, just dependent on how much fuel that they think they need. A little bit longer for Loxton.
And Cameron Jones moves ahead of the both of them. So the undercut has worked out beautifully there for Cameron Jones. Salvatore in fourth, with Banks separating himself from Loxton. It looks like there's some fighting going on back there. Stephen Banks has been out there for 2 laps now, so his tyres are already in their prime phase. Loxton still trying to get his tyres up to temperature and pressure, but he really lost out during that pit cycle, didn't he?
I mean, we were seeing that the numbers suggested that even around a short lap like this, the new tyres come in and they are, 7/10 quicker for a couple of laps, and that's exactly what Cameron Jones has done on a 3-lap undercut. Is just gone and found, 1.5, 2 seconds. Lucky to be able to, and fortunate to be able to come out in a clear part of track where he can use the new tyres. So if he'd gone too many laps earlier than that, he just might have found himself with too much traffic to make it work.
Hunter Salvatore was getting a bit of traffic from Ayrton Williams, who's sliding all over the place in this blue, green, yellow Mustang for Satellite Racing. No surprise to see he's finding his way into the pits now after 18 laps, and that's looking really difficult to find its way into pit lane there. So that is just about going to clear the field. Alex Snowgate has come in for his stop, 10.8 seconds, which is on the quick side, but he'll come out in 7th spot. Again, the undercut just seems way too strong for anything other than an early pit stop to be viable.
We've seen that passing on track is difficult, but that there is so many traction zones around here where the new tyres give you advantage with those short gear ratios punching off all of the slow corners. So long as you can find yourself a clear bit of track, it's obvious that the undercut is the way to make some moves. And then if you end up ahead, like Cameron Jones, you could certainly see someone being able to park themselves in the race lead for 10 or 11 laps on the slightly older tyres after you've opened up all of your Christmas presents early.
Oh no, Ayrton Williams with a problem in the pits, potentially did the same thing Mark Winton did. We'll have a look at that in just a few moments. But accelerating up out of pit lane is really difficult here at Winton. And there, right there, he crossed onto the pit lane, onto the track, over the blend line before the blue cone once again. So that's an unsafe re-entry onto the racetrack for Ayrton Williams, and any advantage he may have gained from pitting later and having strong tyres at the end has now been erased.
You've got to hold the line.
Love isn't always on time. Well, our top two on the grid, Stephen Banks and Brett Loxton, they currently sit 3rd and 4th. Hunter Salvatore up 3 spots to 2nd place now, but Cameron Jones, the big star of the pit cycle, the undercut 5 laps ago, with the likes of Salvatore and Loxton pitting 2 laps ago, has given Jones a mammoth run up through the field, up 8 spots to the lead, and he's looking still very strong. But I see Hunter Salvatore getting a little bit closer. Took about 0.3 of a second out of Jones on the previous lap, and there's still 10 laps remaining, so I don't think the lead is done quite yet.
I think the new set of tyres is like 3 Mario Kart mushrooms. You get 3 really good laps out of the new set of tyres. Cameron Jones had that, gave him that powerful undercut. Hunter Salvatore has got that right now, but in 4 or 5 laps time, the relative difference between their tyres won't be so great. So Salvatore, great tyres right now. That will probably get him towards Jones, but by the time he gets there, the difference might not be so great anymore. And we are constantly talking about how pit entry is its own corner at a lot of racetracks, and that feels so true here. We've seen some clumsy pit entries where drivers get a bit wide of that tyre bundle and they don't drive well off that section. It's its own braking zone, corner, acceleration zone, and braking zone. And I reckon Cameron Jones probably did that pit entry before the line very well.
Yeah, that probably gave him a big time advantage. Look at this from Brett Loxton. That's a bit deep in the right-hand hairpin to start off this very tight section, but he's looking a lot faster than Stephen Banks right now. 4/10 more like he took out of Banks on the previous lap with 2-lap younger tyres. So Loxton is still a factor for the top 3 at the moment. He's got a bit of work to do versus Stephen Banks.
This is for that golden ticket. Cameron Jones and Hunter Salvatore look like they're going through to split 1. Stephen Banks and Brett Loxton, it's getting close to elimination time. If they want to be in split 1, if they want to be on the podium, then Loxton's got work to do.
Top speed of about 226 k's an hour on the way into the first chicane, and very nice run through turn 2 there. He managed to get over the curb without bouncing the car too much. Oh, hello. Problem for Cameron Gilson. Very slow re-entry onto the racetrack, but nice blend, doesn't involve anyone else. We'll see how that happened for him, how he got into this position. Trying to make a move on the Banter Alliance Mustang, but the rear's locked. He was just too late on the brakes, and off he went, bouncing off the tyre barrier as well in the process. So the 75 Sim Sports Mustang is looking a little worse for wear now.
Some very slippery grass out there. And avoiding action needing to be taken after that. Gilson barreling down the inside, rears locked, sliding off the track.
Oh! Matt Bailey's around just after being passed by Alex Noguet. Matt Bailey gets rolling again, and a reasonably safe re-entry there, spinning up the rears in the process, but those rears will be shot now. Further up ahead, Cameron Garrity trying to keep Kevin Norman behind him, and Kevin's got quite the undercut on Cameron here. That Banter Alliance machine in the red livery that we don't often see from that team, pitting 14 laps ago. Cameron was one of the first drivers to come into pit lane. Kevin Norman, meanwhile, 7 laps ago, pitted at the same time that Stephen Banks did. So he's got much more of a tyre advantage right now, and you can see it in plain sight.
This is one of our dual cams that started on row 5 of the grid. Well, Cameron Jones has gone from 9th to the lead. Cameron Garrity has gone from 10th to 7th, where he sits at the moment. It has to keep Kevin Norman behind for what will probably feel like quite a few laps. So it's 8 to go for these 2 drivers.
Into the hairpins once again. This is where fresher tyres really see a big advantage. But actually getting up the inside to make the move is very difficult indeed. Just the track here in particular, it narrows up a little, and the corner keeps going a little longer than you think it does, so it's very difficult to get the power down there for the best run down that short straight to turn 10. And it seems like Kevin Norman may have pushed his tyres a little too hard on that lap. He's starting to fall behind Cameron Garrity once again.
It's been adventurous for Ben Smith, hasn't it? And I think there's still a time penalty looming for him later in this race. He's ahead of Vincent Skillbeck at the moment, then Bradbury, Callahan, Shelton. It's been frenetic around the mid-pack of this field, hasn't it?
Yeah, indeed it has. Justin Wallace, the most recent driver to receive a time penalty, and that was for contact with Andrew Ritchie back on lap 19. Also seeing Matt Bailey find his way into pit lane for the second time here. There he is in the background. It looks like he's just getting the damage repaired from his unfortunate incident that he had a little bit earlier with that spin after Alex Noguet got past him. This is what gave Justin Wallace the penalty. So he's in the orange and black Mustang chasing Andrew Ritchie in the Banter Alliance Camaro. Deep entry into the hairpin, picks up the power, and on exit gets into the back of him. There was an attempt to redress that. but looked like Justin was going to lose a bit too much time in the process of that. You'll see it on board here as well. It would have been a mammoth exit from the hairpin here, but unfortunately, if there is a car in front of you and they don't get the exit that you do, there's only one thing that's going to happen.
It's not a big tap, but it's there, and it does spin them around. Wallace clearly didn't mean that, but it's just one of those little things. And I think Wallace did wait the whole time and redress it.
Oh, what's happened again? Oh, hang on. This is still a replay? Okay. Yeah, apologies. Producer with some fat fingers, apparently. This is where Wallace is at the moment, down in 14th place, but still up 8 spots from where he started, so he should still be satisfied with his run up through the field in the end, but a couple more positions would have been nice. Meanwhile, Banks and Loxton. Reminder that Loxton had a slightly longer run through pit lane, and now that he's caught up to Banks, it seems like his pace is stalled out. Remember, 2-lap fresher tyres for Loxton, but there's only so much of an advantage that carries.
The trend, and 2 points of data makes a trend, we all know that, is that Loxton just seems to struggle a little bit the longer these stints go. Clearly very good on 1 lap. He was the pole sitter today. Got away to that a decent enough getaway, but then got passed by Salvatore in that first stint. Isn't quite making the inroads he'd want on Banks in this stint, and got pretty comprehensively undercut by some other drivers as well.
Yeah, just looking at that battle just then, I saw that Loxton was all over the place. The rear end was sliding. Meanwhile, the lead is closing. Hunter Salvatore now taking 0.2 of a second out of Cameron Jones on the previous lap. And this is a 3-lap undercut that Hunter Salvatore... a 3-lap overcut that Salvatore has over Jones. Undercut would be the appropriate word if we were talking about Jones as the prime driver. But at the moment, still holding the fastest lap of the race is Cameron Jones. And it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon. Salvatore setting 1 minute 22.5s. And I don't think anyone is really on tyres fresh enough now to challenge for that fastest lap honour. 4 laps to go in Split 2 here at Winton, and this time around, much closer between Jones and Salvatore, only 0.05 of a second gained from the number 60.
We've seen this a couple of times in Split 2, haven't we? You get to this late phase of the race, both of these drivers know that if they hold place, they'll make it to Split 1, they'll transfer. But everyone wants to be a race winner, and it's those two conflicting ideals that can make this quite interesting. We've seen drivers sort of elect to almost just hold position, but we've certainly still seen battles in circumstances like this.
Big power out from Hunter Salvatore. He was flicking the rear end in line on the way out of that first hairpin, and he gets ever closer on the way out of turn 9. Not close enough for a move into 10, and I think he might just be biding his time there. Banks and Loxton with more and more distance between them every lap now, as Loxton's tyres once again seem to have given up the ghost, and all he can really do from this point is just try and get to the end without making too many mistakes. I'm sure that Cameron Jones is thinking about the same thing here. He's just trying to hold station, keeping an eye on his mirrors occasionally for that yellow and black Mustang. 3 laps remain, and the run into the chicane beckons. That was slightly wide, I think, for Jones. He did hit the apex, but you want to cut across the curb for the best line through that chicane, and clearly Salvatore turning in a little bit earlier, getting a slight advantage.
What I'm seeing here could be Cameron Jones just pushing a little bit in the mid-corner, and then you get to throttle and that rear comes around, but in the sort of 90-degree corners and the final corner, it just looks like off the brake and off throttle, the nose is pushing a bit for him, and that's where he's weak to Salvatore.
Yeah, you can clearly see it in these hairpins. Salvatore just seems to have a front end that responds beautifully to his inputs. And, oh, the rear end, though, not quite cooperating on the exit. Bit too greedy on the power. The amount of cars I've seen in this race that have left a solid number 11 on the exit of the slowest corners here, I've lost count at this point. So much power in these cars. These Gen 3 V8 supercars with much less downforce than their predecessors that we ran for quite a number of years in V8SCOPS. And the drivers, I think, have managed to work things out and get back to a similar level of pace as before, but there's still those intrinsic characteristics of these cars that have slightly less downforce than before. The rear end has a lot more play in it. Alex Noguet really pressuring the back of Joe Mahoney now. 1 minute 25.2 on the previous lap versus a 25.4 from Mahoney. He's been gaining every lap for the last few at least, and we could see our international getting into the top 5.
Yeah, that's 3 very good-looking laps, and it looks like he's putting that pressure on. Got a good run through turns 1 and 2. That's the sort of roll of the dice randomizer bouncing those curves. The rest of it is so repeatable. There's Mahoney needing to try to cover on the way into 7, where that track opens up a little bit, and Noguet thinks, I can get my nose down there, and Mahoney's like, I'm not going to leave you a whole nose width there.
Yeah, well, Alex Noguet has raced at the top level of international competition in the world of iRacing. So if anyone knows how to fit his car into a gap slightly narrower than it should be, it's him. And he's found, again, a little more time on the way into those corners, but Mahoney winning the race out of the corner for the moment. 1 lap remains here at Winton. Cameron Jones and Hunter Salvatore just crossing the line and still separated by only 4/10 at the line. This battle is the closest in the top 6 at the moment, with barely anything between them.
The last 2 laps for Brett Loxton, he's lost like 6 seconds. He was 2 seconds off the pace the previous lap. Now he's just done a 1:26. He's in, I think, some problems here, and you can see Mahoney and Noguet are not that far behind him at all.
Well, on board with Loxton, look at him absolutely wrenching that wheel into turn 4. Apparently, the tyres have completely gone off now for Loxton. Nothing really jumping out to me from the pit stop, so I don't think it's a fuel issue necessarily. I think he's just trying to focus on finishing that final lap without incident. Speaking of, maybe we'll be seeing a move for the lead in the next couple of corners if Hunter Salvatore can get his act together here in the braking zone. But Cameron Jones covers him into the left-hander. Now just 2 turns to go, and another little micro slide from the number 60. Cameron Jones putting on a stellar drive here, got the undercut, managed to keep the pace up, nose to tail through the penultimate turn, and out of the final corner they come. There's nothing more Hunter Salvatore can do. It will be Cameron Jones who takes the win in Split 2 here at Winton.
What a drive, as you can see, from 9th on the grid in a pretty short, sharp 90-kilometre race. That's a great drive from Jones. Salvatore, not bad either, and Stephen Banks will be the last driver who transfers. On the outside, looking in, the pole sitter, Brett Loxton, just fading at key points across both stints of the race, will not transfer to Split 1.
Yeah, rest of our top 10 getting across the line. Craig Bond, what a recovery from him, managing to get back up to 10th after being spun on the first lap. He should be very happy with that. At the very least, the silver lining that can come from that dark cloud of the first couple of laps of this race.
Pretty exciting stuff, and seeing that racing can happen later in the stints when the tyres begin to fade and generate some mistakes. The drivers on the lead lap. Gilson and Callahan did have a little bit of a battle towards the end there as well. So many cars in close contact at the end of this one.
And last driver across the line is going to be Peter Wilkinson, who is up 4 from where he started. So a solid run at the back of the field there for Wilco. Managed to keep the car clean for the most part and seize a finish and some points for his troubles. With that, Split 2 is officially over. Our top drivers finding their way into pit lane. All three of them on screen are on course to make their way into Split 1. So, Cameron Jones, 0.3 of a second ahead of Hunter Salvatore at the end. Stephen Banks, 7 seconds behind our winner. And Brett Loxton losing pace in those final laps. Joe Mahoney managing to keep Alex Noguet behind him. Ultimately, there was 1.3 seconds between those cars. I think Noguet might have had a problem on the final lap that resulted in that. Cameron Gerrity, also starting from the back end of the top 10, finishes 7th for his troubles. Kevin Norman, the only car in the field to finish where he started in P8, ahead of Brandon Levin and Craig Bond, who once again put on a magnificent recovery.
11th place finisher was Jaden Green, then Aaron Gilbert. This is, of course, before any time penalties applied. Ryan Nielsen and Justin Wallace. Benjamin Smith there in 15th. Vincent Skilbeck up 10 to 16th place, just ahead of Robbie Bradbury. Then we saw Daryl Callahan, Cameron Gilson, and Ryan Shelton coming across the line together.
Andrew Ritchie and Ayrton Williams both had a difficult one, down 6 and 8 positions respectively outside the top 20. Brendan Murdoch and Peter Wilkinson, the last cars to finish on the lead lap. And then Martin Lipsky, 2 laps down in the end, had to make a second trip through pit lane to repair some damage. Retirements from Matt Bailey, Trent Bennett, and Mark Poynton, with Ian Shue not taking to the start in car 888. That concludes Split 2 action. And here on SimSpeed TV, we're going to step aside for a few moments while the Split 1 server gets fired up. We've still got plenty more racing to come here at Winton, and some of the best sim racers in Australia ready to take part. We'll be back very shortly here on SimSpeed.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com. Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
You're watching SimSpeed TV, the V8SCOPS 250 from Winton Motor Raceway, round 8 of the 2026 V8SCOPS Championship. It's been quite the fun time that we've had for the moment. Split 2 action was certainly thick and fast, and we are about to see the same thing happen for Split 1 action, starting in about 7.5 minutes before the start of qualifying. Once again, if you're just joining us, my name's Reese Gardner. It's David Haynes alongside me in the comms box with Dan Yeaman producing behind the scenes. And David, we have a couple of things to talk about in the lead up to this one. Crucial factor is that Zach Rattray-White has taken the championship lead from Sean Campbell after chasing him for the first 6 rounds of the season. We'll go through that full season calendar first, though.
Yeah, so here at Winton, we love it. We get to fill our boots at all of the Australian racing circuits. And it wasn't that long ago, there were only 2 or 3 available to us on iRacing. And now we are blessed beyond delights with places like Phillip Island, Winton. But then 3 Australian circuits for the Enduro season in V8SCOPS this year, with the Bend, Sandown and Mount Panorama. It just feels good to say. And then Adelaide to close out the season as well. We get to go to so many great Australian tracks and see what Winton can give us for Split 1 tonight, with a championship battle in the balance.
Certainly. One more standard round remains after this one when we head over to Texas and race at Circuit of the Americas for round 9 on the 9th of August. But yeah, it really has been those first 7 rounds, concluding back in June at Portland International Raceway, that really saw that championship fight tip in terms of that balance. Sean Campbell was dominant in the first few rounds of the season, the American racing for gridandgo.com esports, but Zach Rattray White, despite getting a disqualification from round 1 for a coming together with Jared Filsell, and having a couple of patchy results at round 2, he has slowly been closing that championship gap. And this is before the 2 drop rounds have been counted. It's Rattray White and Campbell a long way ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, it looked like Sean Campbell's year at rounds 1 and 2, where he came away with a full 300 points from both events. But then Zach Rattray White has been on a tear. He's been accumulating points. It's been up and down for Campbell. So now it is Zach Rattray White by 54 points in the lead, and then the length of a straight, maybe a Winton straight, not a mountain straight or a Conrod straight, to Ryan O'Sullivan, Emily Jones, Rehan Leonage, Angus Lawford, Robbie Gibbs, Hayden Veld, Bo Albert and Wayne Burke completing that top 10 at the moment. Once you begin factoring in the drop rounds, that can favour drivers that have been feast and famine, so drivers like Campbell who have some round wins to their name, but then also some worse ones.
Yeah, absolutely. I think consistency ever since round 2 has been Zach Rattray White's strength. He finished second to Campbell for the last 2 rounds in a row, backing that up with a P3 back at round 4. So 54 points in it with no drop rounds counted. Of course, as we get closer to the business end of the championship, we will count those drop rounds and see where the championship battle actually sits, but this gives you a good picture of where drivers are at the moment. There's only 18 points in it between Ryan O'Sullivan and Emily Jones, so there is potential for the battle for the top 3 to really tighten up here. Dan putting some info up at the top of the screen. His worst result for Sean Campbell, 9th place at round 4. And I think that's worth talking about because Campbell, he's got a lot of form in lots of different types of race car on the sim, particularly a weapon in sports cars. But here in the touring cars, what really passes for touring cars down here in Australia, they're kind of their own beast around here. Yeah, his consistency has been worth talking about as well.
Well, if DTM's Class 1 regs could be called touring cars and their current GT3s can be called touring cars, then I reckon these are touring cars that we've got as well. Yeah, I mean, just a solid arm wrestle between Zach Rattray White and Sean Campbell. Zach Rattray White, when he finishes, has finished higher, but then he has that one round where he didn't. And then Campbell, always in that top 5, but playing a tiny bit of second fiddle to Zach Rattray White across the last couple of rounds.
Well, 2.5 minutes remain in the practice session before we go for our 35-minute qualifying. And as at most rounds this season, it is going to be a split session. So essentially the back half of the field, plus our top 3 from Split 2, will be taking part in the first group. And then there'll be a short 5-minute break before the drivers that finished 1st to 15th in pre-qualifying earlier in the week go out to set their times. There's going to be 2 races here, the first of which is going to be having an inverted top 10 from qualifying. So this is a round that we've seen a couple of times already this season. It really causes some big drama, and it's the last time that we're going to be seeing this particular round format used this season. So let's make it a good one. Whoever qualifies in 10th place in the qualifying session coming up is going to be starting from pole for race 1, but they'll be back to 10th place for race 2 because the grid will be set by the qualifying times with no other adjustments. It's going to be a flat-out sprint of 25 laps for race 1. A pit stop is needed in race 2, though.
When it comes to multi-race rounds, this is one of the best formats. I really, really like it. You're at every single point incentivized to give your all. Because the qualifying sets the grid for races 1 and 2, you're incentivized to not hold back anything in qualifying because, sure, there's that inverted top 10 for race 1, but there's no invert for race 2. And then when you're in race 1, there's no need to hold back because it's not like going for a move that then doesn't stick will then cost you big time on the progressive grid for race 2. No, you go for any move that you think you can pull off, and then the slate's clean for race 2. So at every stage through qualifying, race 1, race 2, the drivers are racing.
Yeah, it's full-on action the whole way through in this round format, and I certainly hope that we see it again next season because it's certainly been a fun time. We've had it at Road Atlanta first off, and that was a fantastic round to be sure. Well, practice is over now, and it's time for us to get some live pictures on the screen because Group 1 is about to get out there. The drivers that went from 16th to 32nd in pre-qualifying, plus the split 2 podium. Tonight on Zoom, we have Kurt Stenberg back in the hot seat. Always good to see Stenny out there. The most experienced driver in V8SCOPS history. He's been there from the very first round of the championship all the way back in 2014, and he has rarely missed a round since. Has more starts than anyone else, and this will be quite the interesting one for him. Man from Perth, like me. I've been to his house and seen his rig. In fact, it was before he got this full rig. It was back when he was still racing on a backless stool, which is the reason why he has that very curious driving position. Stenny is part of the first group, which is currently out there getting their outlaps done.
Because I was going to ask you, Stenny doesn't look cold. How's the weather out west? Must be a decent Sunday arvo.
It's cold, but I think I certainly know that driving on the sim puts a lot of heat into me. So I think Stenny might be thinking the same thing. Might as well wear a short sleeve because you're going to get hot and bothered racing a V8 supercar around Winton Motor Raceway. There he is out there with the iRacing ANZ chat show logo emblazoned on the side of the car. iRacing ANZ hosted the broadcaster clash very recently, which I believe SimSpeed did very well in that one. I was supposed to take part, but real life got a little crazy around that time, and I ended up losing it in the midst of it all. A shame, but if they ever hold that event again, I'll certainly be on the grid to rep SimSpeed. Regardless, about to start our first couple of laps here, and the leader of the group at the moment is Sean Campbell, about to get his first hot lap started. The man who led the championship until this round. And on board we go, across the curbs at turn 1 and 2 here at Winton. You can use a lot of that curb on the exit of turn 2, but don't get too far above it. You'll get a big bounce and go sky high. Keeping the speed up through turns 3 and 4 all the way across these flat ripple curbs that were introduced to the circuit some years ago, and back to regular curbs from this point on. The older curbs here at this circuit.
What's the technical term for them?
Beveled curbs, that's it.
Big dome.
Oh, Big Dome. Yes, of course. You've been watching my own videos more than I have. But Winton has some pretty brutal curbs around this section. They can very easily unsettle the car. Campbell is using them mildly, but not too much. And it looks like a pretty clean opening to the qualifying session here for Sean. It's pretty cloudy out there at the moment, and it looks like the clouds aren't going to be going away. The track temperature remaining quite low here, but those sector times are the ones that will be setting the standard for everybody else. I'm expecting this to be a pretty good lap from Campbell. It is only a banker, but it has looked fast on the way out of the final corner and to the line. The time will be a 1 minute 21.6. And that's pretty good pace there. It's about what they were setting in Split 2. But Andrew Dutch has already gone faster, down to a 21.4. Jordan Mazzaroli into P3, which is now P4 as Latta comes across the line to set a 21.5. Kurt Stenberg gets into P4. Jack Snov going 13th fastest on his initial lap. Andre Heimgartner, again, jumping in for Trans-Tasman Racing from the real racing world, currently sits in the top 10. There goes Blake Warboys to the top. Car number 63 for WKMP Sim Sports has been a factor at many rounds this year, and a 21.3 is a damn good time, I have to say.
Just a 3-kilometre lap here, even on the longest version of Winton Motor Raceway. You can see that the lap times are not too far over a minute. What that means is in this 15-minute session, they'll all get lots of runs, lots of opportunities. So we've seen the first volley fired with Blake Warboys, Andrew Dutch and Ken Latta in our top 3. You imagine getting around, get a new set of tyres on, 4, 5 runs, very possible. Doesn't look like too many people are backing in their tyres for 2 consecutive laps, but I think Stenberg and Campbell might be.
Yeah, looks like it. Campbell's certainly committed to another lap here. And across the line he'll come to make an improvement back up to P1, 21.3. So the lesson we can learn from that is, I think the track might be a bit too cold for a hot lap to just be one and done. Looks like you have to commit to 2 hot laps here if you want to get the best out of your car.
Yeah, interesting. So Dutch, Latta, Andre Heimgartner, those drivers come in after 1 flying lap for a new set of tyres, but some other drivers stay out to do 2 in a row and improve. Emily Jones, Sean Campbell, very interesting. 2 ways of approaching this. And it plays into what I was saying, short lap, cold temperatures. Maybe it is that second lap where the magic happens.
Yeah, makes sense considering the nature of the circuit and the conditions as they are at the moment. Well, we still have 9 3/4 minutes remaining in this first initial session. The drivers will be able to finish the lap they're on once the timer hits 20 minutes to go in the session. Then we'll have a brief tour around from the safety car, followed by Group 2. So, bringing it into the pits now, Kurt Stenberg. He didn't make much of an improvement on that second run. He was 1,000th of a second slower than his initial lap. But he'll jump back into the pits, get a fresh set of rubber on, and go once again. A little bit deep on the way into pit lane, though, but he will get it slowed down just in time for the entry to pit lane. A hive of activity. There's quite a few drivers, apparently, trying to commit to that second hot lap. But for the moment, it's Sean Campbell on top, and he's already making his way back out.
Very, very interesting. And it seems like you can get in and out of the pit lane relatively quickly as well. That helps you have more runs in the limited time that each group gets in this split qualifying session. There goes Sean Campbell, currently on provisional pole by just 4/100ths. And well, he's got 1.5, maybe 2 kilometers of Winton all to himself.
Yeah, all alone out there on track at the moment with the 61 of Jordan Mazzaroli, the next car in line. Mazzaroli having a good time of it here. One of the drivers were out there for Project 36, previously a part of Tulip Racing with the likes of Martin Lipsky. But great addition to the Project 36 crew, which has been steadily growing and upping their pace. Andrew Dutch, part of the Phoenix Racing team, and we'll see the de facto team leader of Phoenix, Rehan Leonage, out on track very soon in the second session. Ken Latta, longtime V8SCOPS competitor. He bounced around a couple of teams for a bit, but has settled in very nicely at Fishy Motorsports, car 269, currently sitting in P6. Emily Jones, Championship P3, and now P3 in the session. Looks like there's a little bit of communication going on between herself and Kurt Stenberg there to see who'll lead the way here. And Lachlan Pryke, part of the Rapid Theft Racing crew, which has certainly gotten some great results this year, will have a mild slipstream off the TTR number 47. Liam Milner's out there as well for Momentum Racing. And, well, good to see Billy Mole out there for WKMP Sim Sports as well. It's a proper roster of drivers out here today, including our Split 2 podium. Hunter Salvatore finished second on the road in Split 2. And he's working himself very nicely around the track with Andre Heimgartner in tow.
Salvatore just completed a flying lap where he only very fractionally improved. It was his second lap, and the first 2 sectors were PBs, and the next 2 were not. So he's got a car balance and a tire working that's maybe halfway in between. Should it be 1 lap or should it be 2 laps? And that's probably a bad place to be. Either be super aggressive on all of your setup, fire up the tires and chew through them in the first lap, or have them be cherry ripe on the second. But if you're a foot in each camp, you're not setting 1 quick lap. This has been no improvements from Campbell. I think he's building. I think they've learned from that first run. And this is very much a build lap into a flying lap starting now.
Yes, absolutely revving the guts out of that thing on the downshifts to get it slowed down in time for the first chicane. Smooth run out of the opening corners. A little bit of gravel getting onto the racetrack there at the entry to turn 3. The drivers will have to be careful of that. There's not much space between the curb and the gravel around here at Winton, and you really get a sense looking at this lap of how narrow the track is in this opening section. I mean, sure, through here you can probably fit 3 cars wide if you're brave enough, but for the most part, going side by side is an exercise in futility around here.
So this is the part where good tyres are good. You're turning, accelerating, braking the whole way through 3 consecutive corners. You're going to really punch off that corner. When we rode on board with Campbell earlier, you saw him taking 3rd gear in some of these corners where some others might think about 2. That's Andre Heimgartner in the pit lane, by the way. I think he got an unsafe pit entry. But there's another purple sector there for Sean Campbell. This is tracking to be even quicker than the 21.3 that he has at the moment.
Yes, plenty of real-life experience at Winton for Andre Heimgartner, but sometimes the sim can get you where you least expect it. Across the line then for Sean Campbell, what's this time going to be? 1 minute 21.1. He brings the margin down for provisional pole. That is going to be very hard to beat.
Kind of interesting to see him in this qualifying group, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He was a bit off pace in pre-qualifying, and we see that occasionally. Some drivers who we expect to be at the very front of the field, often they may not have time through the week to really commit to pre-qualifying, or they have some issues with the setup through pre-qualifying, still trying to work out. So at the very least, if they get into split 1, it's all well and good. But if they don't manage to run quick enough, they will end up starting in that first group in qualifying. It's worth pointing out that Sean Campbell raced the main time slot of the Road America 6-hour iRacing special event last night, so he's already done a bit of racing this weekend and is probably feeling mildly tired. He's also in the middle of the Porsche Esports Super Cup regional qualifiers as well. He's one of many competitors in this field that has raced or does race at the World Championship level.
Guess the thing is just, what direction will track evolution take between Group 1 and 2? It remains overcast, so the track's rubbering in, potentially getting quicker, but we're moving from the mid-morning into midday. It could be getting hotter, but the track will be more rubbered in, so which way the balance goes, hard to know, but at the moment it doesn't look like there's going to be much difference between Group 1 and 2. No rain that I see, not too much sun or change of conditions, and the wind is very steady. So we saw Jackson Ov and Andre Heimgartner. I like this livery for Sean Vandermeulen too as well. A couple of almost a little bit too much black and grey out there, but other than that, loving what we're seeing. There have been a few updated liveries across the season. I think Rapid Theft are also in some slightly different hues, and they're a team that loves to put together a tribute livery or a retro livery and do really well at that.
Yes, we'll be seeing a lot of eye candy at the Enduros, I'm sure. The teams love to bring out their retro liveries at those rounds. So we'll see where the direction on graphic design goes in this
How
championship.
about Ken Latta, purple first sector? He has nailed turns 1 and 2. He's on the second flying lap of a set of tyres, and it's see how that number says it's tracking. It might have lost a bit in this sector.
Still worth keeping an eye on this lap, though. It does look like a pretty good one for Kenneth Latta, who currently sits P8. So how much time does he need to get provisional pole? Well, he needs round about 4/10 of a second, maybe even just 3/10. So it's very narrow margins, as we expect in these cars in this championship. But it all comes down to how well you can string the entire lap together. Consistency is key, and making sure you don't lock those brakes. These cars, of course, don't have ABS or traction control. It's all down to the driver. Out of the final corner, Kenneth Latta shooting for better than a 1 minute 21.5, and it's going to be a mild improvement up to 6th place.
And in fact, his first sector time of 17.836 is identical to Sean Campbell's first sector of 17.836. So if you want pole, you got to find 17.835 through the first sector.
Well, now we only have 45 seconds remaining in the first qualifying session. So I think that might be Kenneth Latta's last run that we just saw there. Big improvement from Andrew Dutch. Gets up to P3, 1 minute 21.4. Only 7 thousandths shy of a 21.4 dead. So brilliant job from Andrew at that point. Sean Campbell is also still out there trying his best to make some improvements. And, well, with 17 seconds left, I don't know if he's going to get across the line in time to do another hot lap. This is going to be interesting.
No, I don't think he will. That start-finish line's actually quite a decent distance down the front straight here, isn't it? Time runs out about now, and that's the checkered flag. Campbell won't get to start the second lap.
But he still improves. 1 minute 21.139.
He gets to finish the first one. Don't worry about it.
Oh, man. Campbell just coming off...
park there, Ken.
Yeah, no, certainly not. Campbell coming off the win, actually, in the Road America 6 Hour. So he'll probably be looking to extend his winning ways this weekend. Blake Warboys to the line, shortening the run by sticking to the left. It's going to be close, but Warboys does make an improvement. It's only a 21.3, though. Still a bit too far behind Campbell to really make a mark on provisional pole.
Every thousandth of a second could still matter, though, when the next group comes out. Even if it doesn't shift him right now, it could be the difference to keep him ahead of someone who's in the next qualifying group.
Question now is, can Andre Heimgartner get into the top 10 real-world supercars driver? And that's a mild improvement. He'll trade places with Van der Meulen for 14th spot. So probably looking for a bit more time around there, but still managing to get some consistent times down. 3 thousandths behind Stacey Boyd there. So 18 drivers taking part in that one. And now we enter our little mid-session warm-up. So Campbell out in front at the moment. That's one heck of a benchmark for the drivers in Group 2 to chase. Warboys just 1.5 tenths or so behind in second spot. Andrew Dutch, Adam Briggs, and Emily Jones are your current top 5, with Billy Mole and Kenneth Latta in 6th and 7th. Mazzaroli, Stenberg, and Pryke rounding out your top 10. Outside of that, Jackson Ov getting 11th spot ahead of our Split 2 second place finisher Hunter Salvatore, with Stacey Boyd, Andre Heimgartner, Sean Van der Meulen, Roger Forbert, Liam Milner, and Scott McKenzie rounding out the 18 cars to take part in that first group. But doesn't look like we've seen the other 2 drivers who finished on the Split 2 podium out there. So Cameron Jones and Stephen Banks ultimately will not make it into Split 1 tonight.
And to point out that it's qualifying with 2 groups, but the grid is set in combined outright times. It's not like a snake split one group to the other. We could see the times absolutely tumble in this next group, and the drivers of Group 1 ending up even topping that group doesn't guarantee you starting on the front row.
Certainly doesn't. They're already queuing at pit exit. With 17 minutes remaining in the session, the green flag flies for Group 2 here. Of course, this being a multi-race server, there's going to be a hard cut to the end of qualifying. Once the clock runs out, that's it. You're not even allowed to finish the lap you're on. So race control starts the second session a few minutes early, round about as much time as it takes to complete an in-lap, just to make sure that everyone gets an equal chance compared to the drivers in Group 1. So, qualifying 2 is now underway. Driver leading the way on this pack is Zach Rattray White. New championship leader coming into this round, and he's got an awful lot to prove here around the twists and turns of Winton Motor Raceway.
We'll see what everyone elects to do in this group, but it certainly seems like outlap, build lap, flying lap was the way to go in the cooler temperatures. But what that does is it reduces how many runs you get to make. So it just depends on what the tyres feel like for you, how they're going. No change really in the track conditions, in the weather conditions from that group that we've just seen straight into this group out on track.
Having a look at Kobe Jones in the Summit Sim Sports Mustang. This has been one of my favourite liveries of the season, as well as the Project 36 cars. Angus Lawford at the wheel of the number 52. Laps begin then, and we'll see who gets the best sector times on this initial run. But worth remembering, it's become clear that 2 hot laps in a row is the way to go with the way the track temperature is at the moment. So I think this is going to be a banker, a build lap for just about everybody.
Yes, none of these sectors yet are purple compared to qualifying Group 1. So no one's improving on that just yet. Very few of them are really hanging about that much though. So yeah, sort of pushing 95% here, and then just trying to, feel, is it the front tyres that aren't in? Is it the rear tyres that aren't in? I'd suggest that the rear tyres heat a little more easily than the fronts do.
Yeah, with the amount of accelerating you have to do while turning at this place. So a 17.9 in Sector 1 for Rattray White, that's very strong. I think this is going to be a good lap, at the very least close to Sean Campbell's 21.1. The Eclipse Sim Sports Camaro then out of the final corner and to the line for the first time. Zach Rattray White sets a 121.3 on his first lap. And that just makes me think there's probably a few more tenths in it. Rehan Leonage gets even closer, up to second place for the number 79. Campbell still holding on to the provisional top time in qualifying, but man, this group is quick.
Well, there's a real value to being inside of the top 10 at the end of this qualifying session, isn't there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Remember, the top 10 from qualifying will be inverted for the start of race 1. So if the session were to end now, it would be Kenneth Ladder starting on pole for the first race. Rattray White, though, in fourth for the moment, and looking to get a little bit closer. And it's like you said at the top of this section of the show, David, you still want to do your best in the session, because it's not just race 1 you got to worry about. Race 2, the grid will be set by the qualifying time, so do the best you can. You may have a slight disadvantage for the start of race 1, but you'll get it back for race 2.
Everyone who qualifies inside of the top 10 will have a combined average starting position of 5.5, whereas if you qualify 11th, you start 11th for both races. So you want to qualify up front. There's no disadvantage to improving your position either. You just want to be inside of that top 10. Quickly times come in. Angus Lawford was so good through the first sector on a lap that he just completed. Sean Campbell's time remains somehow at the top of the totem for the moment, but lots of improvement from this group.
Yeah, Rehan Leonage getting into the 21.1s as well. Car 79 is looking incredibly quick here at the moment. Kobe Jones to P6 for now, but yeah, Angus Lawford with a great performance here, and I think the middle of the season has really shined on Angus Lawford. Remember back at Portland, he was particularly strong. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of the same from car number 52.
There's only one car now that hasn't set a qualifying time, and it's Jake Maloney.
Yeah, Maloney hasn't emerged out on track yet. Remember, Maloney is the reigning champion of the series, but he's only been running a partial campaign this year. So remains to be seen whether we'll see him out on track. Still 11 and a half minutes left to set those times as the group comes into the pit lane. The out lap and 2 hot laps is done and dusted. So now we reset and go again once more. It looked like about 3 runs or so that they were able to set in Q1. Here in Q2, I'd expect the same.
Coming into the lane, getting their new tyres, they'll have assessed how the tyres come in, what grip they're giving, and you could go chuck a different setup on the car feasibly, I believe, from one run to the next, just based on what you've learned, as well as chucking on those new tyres.
Yes, William Sapstead getting the job done quickest of anybody for rapid theft, at least in the pit lane.
If it is the fronts not coming in or whatever it is, you could make roll bar adjustments, other little adjustments too, and just go, what I really want for one lap in this track condition is this, that, or some other change.
Yes, of course, the drivers and teams aren't exactly keen to share that information publicly, understandably so, but we can infer from improvements whether or not they've made certain changes to the car. It's a nice sedate outlap here for William Sapstead, just building the temperature into the tyres, and Rattray White finding his way out on track again, maybe with a bit of traffic to contend with on his next hot lap. Here's Ryan O'Sullivan, meanwhile, on his outlap ahead of Lawford. O'Sullivan, don't forget, is battling with Emily Jones for P3 in the championship. So he's got to do well here today, starting his next hot lap and finding his way into turns 1 and 2 here. A difficult braking zone because the track wanders a little bit on the way in there. There's never a perfectly straight line here at Winton. There's always some kind of little wander in the straights here, which you need to be very careful of.
Yeah, bloody thick roads. One thing I noticed down the front straight there with this onboard that is very informative. You see the rev counter, you see the gear selection, you see the driver's hands and inputs even more clearly than you do from the offboard. Is that I think Ryan O'Sullivan might be 1 click taller gears than we've seen from some of the other onboards, barely using 6th down the front straight. Whereas I think we saw, unless my memory's failing me, a little bit more of 6th gear from some of the other drivers. That suggests that he might just be the next set taller, and while you don't get to use a whole lot of 6th gear, it just makes the car slightly tamer in the traction zones using 3rd gear in places like here.
Yes, lower revs on the way out means that there's slightly less power delivery, which sometimes you want in these cars. So through the final corner he comes, 3rd gear through the last couple of turns, and yeah, nice smooth run out there, and setting 17.9 in Sector 1, making an improvement to a 21.242 for Ryan O'Sullivan. Up to P3 in the session now, so if he has indeed made that gear ratio change, seems to have worked out for him.
More improvements coming in. Ryan Mueller goes up a spot. There's Kobe Jones in 8th at the moment, flying the flag of Djibouti. And just as I say that, he's down to 9th because Jamie Dyke will take 8th.
Yes, Jamie Dyke, one of the long-time competitors for Fishy Motorsports. And with...
You may think that's a golden fish on the side, but with the state of pollution in the world, it's actually cadmium.
Oh dear, that's not ideal. Save our oceans for sure, but it makes for a nice little addition to the livery, nice and flashy. still very reflective, even in these pretty dour, cloudy conditions that we've got here. Some reasonably low light levels around the circuit.
He ate a discarded car battery.
Ah, that explains it.
That would explain also why it's dead.
Yes, very skeletal looking fish on the side of those Mustangs. So into turn 1 for William Sapstead. He was the first driver out in the second run, and a 21.3 is respectable, but not quite as quick as what he managed to run in the first stanza of Q2. Cars coming back into pit lane. It looks like improvements have been few and far between for a few drivers. Kobe Jones going to start off another hot lap in the process. Oh, there we go. Zach Rattray White to the top. He has gone faster than Sean Campbell.
I was going to say, I think Kobe Jones probably should have bailed on that lap just there, because there was no improvement, and then he carried on and completed the lap when he could have come into the lane and had time for another double run towards the end here. But it all opens up for Zach Rattray White, and finally that time at the top from Sean Campbell is usurped, I could even say eclipsed, by just 300ths. We're going to come to Sydney for the big eclipse in 2028.
Well, you never know. By that point,
because if you miss it, you'll have to wait till 2,858 to see another total eclipse.
Well, hopefully cryogenic technology advances before I kick off, and I can see that second eclipse anyway. Regardless, it's a good little bit of information there. I'll have to work that into my calendar. Myself and my significant other have been looking for an excuse to go over east, and that might have to be our reason. Regardless,
you could watch it from Bathurst as well.
Oh yes. That sounds like a really good idea. All right, I'm gonna put together a PowerPoint presentation to make my case. So, to the last 5 minutes of the session, then Rattray White may not need to do much more, but I think it's worth keeping an eye on Leonage, O'Sullivan, Lawford, and Sapstead, because they're getting closer to getting into the 21.1 second bracket. What is this time going to be like for Sapstead? Well, that Sector 1 is certainly not what we've seen from the quickest drivers, so I think he might be on a build lap at the moment.
It's about 5 seconds lost in the first sector, but then going to build from there, of course. Ryan Mueller gets a PB first sector. So does William Morgan. So does William Brown. You'll see that timing column move a little bit more in a minute or so's time. But will it move in those sort of top 5 spots, or indeed the top 10? Think of underneath that 10th place as a bit of a cutoff between the haves and the have-nots. That could be critical at the end of the session.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that Adam Briggs and Emily Jones from Q1 set the same time down to the 1,000th, and Ryan Mueller is only another 1,000th of a second behind them. So any improvement that Mueller can make is going to benefit him massively. Lawford out of the final corner then. Looks like pretty good sectors. Across the line will come for a 21.9 though. That's not the time that he would have been looking for, but potentially he's going to commit then to the extra lap. Sapstead, meanwhile, 17.9 in Sector 1 as James Shasternerf goes 17th fastest, getting into the 21.4s, as is the case with many a driver here. Looks like Ryan Mueller has found an improvement, but not quite enough to get into the top 10. 11th for the 5:53.
Yes, it looked like he was going to be improving, and it looked like he might have been able to get into the top 10, but no. And I think he's also got one more flying lap. So everyone has sort of worked backwards in this session, that everyone's on track on flying laps right now, and the checkered flag is about to fly for them.
Indeed it is. They will get to use all of the remaining time in this session. As long as they cross the line before the timer hits 0, the lap will count, but nothing more beyond that. Sapstead out of the final corner. Is this going to be an improvement? It looks like he might have backed off at the end of this lap. Yeah, 1 minute 21.9 again. So Yeah, I think we're going to be found wanting for big improvements from some of our heaviest hitters. Everyone's just setting up then for the final run across the line. Lawford in P5, O'Sullivan P4. Big improvement from Paul Young. He shoots up from 20th to 11th on a 1 minute 21.3. And he'll still have a whole other lap to set there. William Brown finds the improvement he's looking for, up to 16th place for car 96, and William Morgan up to P10 with only a couple of minutes remaining in the session. The Pacific Esports Racing Camaro was looking a little anonymous in the qualifying session so far, but suddenly he finds himself on pole for race 1 potentially.
So this could be a big one for Zach Rattray-White. He's phased the tyres so that this is the second flying lap. He's improved through the first mini sector. We're going to get another timing line as it goes into turn 7.
Oh, and looks like Sapstead has abandoned his run there, and going to be no further improvement from the driver in 6th. Jamie Dyke with a bit of a scrappy run coming out of the penultimate corner, and this is going to be his last lap time to be set in this session. There isn't enough time to get around and do another lap. 21.4, so Jamie Dyke will still remain in the top 10 though. He's on the provisional front row. But can Kobe Jones make the improvement he's looking for? That's a lot of wheel spin out of the final corner. Might have burned him. 11th place, and he's backed off at the end. It's going to be no improvement for Kobe Jones. He will not start in the top 10 for either race tonight. Zach Rattray-White, though, is looking fast. 1 minute 21.158. Not quite an improvement, but he didn't really need to make one. Still on pole with 19 seconds left.
Yeah, just a few drivers left with 15 seconds left on the clock, and I don't think we are going to see too many times tumble from here, but well done to a lot of those drivers from Group 1. Sean Campbell's time is held up to the front row, and so have a few of those other drivers we saw in that first group.
Here comes Ryan Mueller to the line, and he just got across before the session hit 0, but no improvement for him. So that brings qualifying to an end here at Winton Motor Raceway. And now we have our grid ready for the first of our 2 races here. Remember, inverted top 10 from qualifying. William Morgan has pole position and Jamie Dyke joins him on the front row. Blake Warboys will start out of P3. He ran the second fastest time in qualifying 1. He's got Russell Pepperell for company from Trans-Tasman Racing. Good performance from Pepperell there. His fellow Kiwi, William Sapstead, is going to start alongside Angus Lawford on the 3rd row of the grid. Then it's Ryan O'Sullivan in 7th spot alongside Rehan Leonage. The top 10 rounded out by our championship protagonists Sean Campbell and Zach Rattray-White.
Alongside each other on the 5th row of the grid. Exciting, and just behind them and missing out on the top 10 in the invert is Kobe Jones and Paul Young. Ryan Mueller, 13th. Andrew Dutch, 14th on the grid. Adam Briggs in 15th. Emily Jones in 16th. There's William Brown in 17th. Billy Mole in 18th. And just behind them, Ken Latta and James Chastanoff.
Yes, Jordan Mazzaroli starting out of 21st place alongside the most experienced driver on the grid, Kurt Stenberg. Rain Campbell starts in 23rd position alongside Lachlan Pryke. And then we have another Kiwi in the mix, Jack Snov, starting out at 25th alongside our split 2 second place finisher, Hunter Salvatore. Stacey Boyd, racing under the flag of the United States, will start that Phase 4 Camaro out at 27th spot. Has got Andre Heimgartner for company from the Real World Supercars Championship. Sean van der Meulen and Roger Forbert rounding out your top 30. Liam Milner and Scott McKenzie will be your last row of the grid. Jake Maloney did not take part in qualifying, but he has jumped onto the grid for this race. So I think it'll be a bit of a last to first challenge for our reigning champion.
That'll be tough to achieve in race 1 because it's a quick one versus race 2, which is longer with that compulsory pit stop. efficiency. Just 25 laps, 75 kilometers for the race that we're about to unleash. It will be just a pure sprint style of racing, and then a little bit more strategy for that longer race too, where they will grid up in the order that they qualified. But here, with that reverse top 10, we've got the tortoise and the hare, and we're playing catch up.
That we are. The information on the fuel tank is not going to be relevant for this race, but it will be relevant for race 2 being twice as long. For now, it's just a 25-lap sprint. Probably no need to enter the pit lane, and you'll only see cars in there if they've gotten penalties or have suffered damage out on the racetrack. Here we go then. Race start about to get underway. And it's Ford versus Chevrolet on the front row. Fishy Motorsports versus Pacific Esports Racing. Can William Morgan get the start he needs? He's on the dirty side of the grid. Away they go. And that's a terrible start from Blake Warboys. Plenty of wheel spin. And he's already being swallowed up by the rest of the drivers as Jamie Dyke will enter turn 1 first. And third place for Russell Pepperell on the way out in the background. Big incident. We've seen into the wall Kobe Jones. He'll fall to the very back, but otherwise a reasonably clean start through the first couple of corners for everybody. But there's plenty more corners where things can go wrong. Case in point, 3 wide just up ahead there of Jones, and Sean Vandermeulen goes off.
Jack Snov too, by the looks of things, and Kobe Jones was side by side with Sean Campbell in turn 1, and it was 3 wide action there.
Oh, okay, that's not ideal. Kurt Stenberg coming together with one of the Rapid Theft cars there. I'm not sure if it was Sapstead, but Stenny now down to 29th place, and with plenty more work to do as they find their way out of the hairpin section at the front of the field. Keeping our eyes peeled on this midfield battle. It's a very narrow piece of racetrack. Rain Campbell trying to get the Vermilion Fury Mustang alongside here, but it's really tough to get the run on the tight line through turn 10. Jake Maloney starting from the back of the grid, already up to 24th, now 23rd on the way into the final corner. Could be 22nd by the time he gets onto the start-finish straight. Passes William Brown into the last turn, but Brown has the run round the outside. It's not quite done yet.
Turn 1 and 2 is a difficult one, because if you can go around the outside of 1, it's the inside of 2, but I don't think Maloney's close enough after that. And then looking to bounce over the curbs, not only at the apex, but on the exit, there's some pretty nasty ones as well.
Yes, bumps aplenty here at Winton. Kenneth Latter under attack. Adam Briggs makes his way through, but isn't clear. Adam on the outside into this double left-hander, and he almost leaves the door open to James Chastaneuf, who rounded out the top 20, up 2 places for now, but struggling to make his moves a bit further forward. Lawford and Pepperell were battling for 3rd place meanwhile. It's all going off behind our top 2. Lawford, O'Sullivan, Sapstead, Leonage, they are all there in this battle for P3, and Lawford's now desperately trying to stay in the top 5 here. Sapstead may see the door open, but he can't quite make the move yet.
Campbell with the contact with Kobe Jones on the first lap dropped back to 11th, but you can see the gains that Zach Rattray-White's been able to make up to 8th place just behind this battle where it feels like anything could happen. Nothing from Russell Pepperell in 3rd down to about Billy Mole in 15th. It's been a good start for Jamie Dyke and William Morgan to get away from the chaos.
Yeah, and chaos aplenty, has to be said. Dyke and Morgan, they've got the track all to themselves effectively, and not much pressure from those behind. The drivers that started at the back end of the top 10 for this one haven't advanced forward as much, and Sean Campbell has actually fallen outside the top 10. He's in 11th right now, behind Paul Young. So this isn't quite the start that Campbell would have been looking for. He's come into this round on the back foot with Zach Rattray-White taking the championship lead, and Zach is a couple of places ahead of him.
He's in the group, but we're not expecting any pit stops, and a little mistake here costs you a dozen positions. As you can see, just an inseparable train, insane traffic. This is coming together further back. Right, get some others slowed down. That might be Salvatore.
Yeah, not entirely sure what's going on back there, but William Brown and Lachlan Pryke involved with Roger Forbert, and okay, Salvatore has the track to himself as it's all going off behind. The teammates just about getting together there. Roger Forbert for the Misfits Racing team, plus Scott McKenzie as well, will still keep themselves nice and smooth through turn 10. It all seems to go off through those hairpins. McKenzie now trying to play rear gunner for his teammate as Stacey Boyd and Sean Vandermeulen, suffering issues in the opening laps, are now trying to just get their race back on track.
So it has been a really good start for Dyke and Morgan. Just being able to get away from the carnage, being able to run regular racing lines instead of needing to park up the apexes and drive tight into, particularly here at 7, 8, and 9. You see drivers who are under pressure go in shallow and brake pointing towards the apex rather than using the whole width of the road. Again, look at Pepperell. He's like, well, I can't open up the inside there. I can't open up the inside there. And then he points pretty directly to the apex here at 9. And it's not quite the fastest way to do it, but you can't take the risk of opening the door to Ryan O'Sullivan, and it's the same for each subsequent driver in the train. And that's just allowing Dyke and Morgan to drive some more natural lines and save themselves a little bit of tyres, and in Dyke's case, just be a couple tenths of a second quicker.
Yeah, a couple of tenths is what it takes around a place like this where it's so hard to get a move clearly done. See the rear end sway for Ryan O'Sullivan as he chases Russell Pepperell, try and get onto the podium. It's an important round for O'Sullivan. He, as things stand at the moment, got a big track position advantage over Emily Jones, who he's chasing for third in the championship right now before drop rounds are applied. So as long as he can keep himself up there, he'll be all right. But he doesn't want to fall back because, well, while there's quite a gulf of positions between himself and Emily Jones, there's not much in the way of position on the racetrack. Everyone's still super compressed here with 5 laps just about to be done.
They are starting to find a little bit more speed here, and we're 3 tenths quicker than William Morgan in second place. So you can see Pepperell, despite all this train and pressure behind him, is beginning to reel in William Morgan over the last lap or 2. But they're not catching Jamie Dyke. This is dream scenario for a driver who sort of qualifies 9th or 10th to take that top 10 invert, start from the front row of the grid, and just get out of there.
Yeah, Jamie Dyke, William Morgan, they are playing this very nicely right now. At the moment, Dyke still has the fastest lap of the race, and he was the fastest car on track last time by. This time, though, it appears William Sapstead is the fastest car on track. A bit further behind them, Ryan Mueller making his way back up to 13th spot. He's chasing Emily Jones to try and get into 12th, but big pressure from behind from Andrew Dutch, Billy Mole, Kenneth Ladder, Adam Briggs, and James Chastaneuf just hanging on to the back of this train. Couple of gaps starting to form between these sub-battles. It looks like 3rd to 11th are effectively together on the timing, and then 12th through to 19th, then 20th to 23rd, 24th to 27th, and 29th to 32nd. There's a couple of cars that are all alone in the middle of the field, Kobe Jones being one of them, who's sat down in 28th place after being spat into the wall at turn 2 on lap 1.
There's the track map. They're still pretty dense and compacted around this part of the field. I'd say inside of this leading pack, there's a sense that Sean Campbell's putting a bit of pressure on Paul Young for 10th there. That's got to be some of the closest. And I think I saw Warboys offline in turn 3 earlier as well. So this is where it seems like the fuse is most likely to go off, because I'm sensing a bit of tension.
Yeah, Warboys is trying to get his race back together after some massive wheel spin off the grid. Remember, he dropped quite a few positions on the run into turn 1, so we'll see him potentially dealing with a bit of rear tyre issues there. They were heated up a little bit too quickly, it has to be said. So
Pepperell defending shallow line into turn 3 there, so that's causing this now to compress again.
Oh, and contact! Ryan O'Sullivan almost taking advantage, but backing out just in time, and a great save from Pepperell in the process. He'll be defensive into the hairpin, but Ryan O'Sullivan keeps committing to that inside line, and this is going to make everything go off. Then Noah's arcing it through the left-hander. Lawford on the inside of Sapstead, which becomes the outside for the next hairpin, and Rattray White making slight contact with Rehan Leonage, sending the Phoenix Racing Team Mustang slightly wide. Warboys will get through as well, but Sapstead defensive, but Lawford taps him around. And that's going to collect Paul Young and Sean Campbell in the process.
I think the spark reached the gunpowder. The multiple bumpers have fallen off Paul Young as he drilled poor Sapstead.
Yeah, that's not ideal there for Paul Young. Neither for Campbell, who needs to get as many points as he can right now. He's going to potentially lose a bit of pace with that bumper now only hanging on by a few bolts. William Sapstead immediately coming into pit lane for damage repair out of that. Meanwhile, that's made everything go off behind. Andrew Dutch, Kenneth Ladder, and Billy Mole here, sticking up the inside. Adam Briggs, and Ladder gets the move done on Andrew Dutch, up into 13th place now. Briggs gets it done on Mole.
Yeah, track still's got to go to the left, but I think Briggs has gotten ahead, and pressure there from Ken Latter. I think out of the final corner, he got a better run, and he pressured into 1 and 2, and then he eventually got by at turn 3.
Side by side ahead between Rattray White and Lawford. They're battling now for P5, and Lawford's doing his best to stay in it here. Blake Warboys up the inside on the exit of the hairpin, and now who is at the disadvantage here? Rattray White with some clear track ahead of him. He'll be trying to move forward now to get into the top 4.
He got wide at 10 there, though. He didn't pull it up and turn it how he would have wanted. So we still got Lawford and Warboys, and then Leonage right behind him. Leonage thinking about a dive, and the field contained so much there that he almost could have got down the inside, but he didn't think he could at the moment when he had to commit to it. All of this is so good, again, for Jamie Dyke and William Morgan. Still first and second. Pepperell getting so defensive has really taken the pressure away from Morgan in second. And then it's all action behind that.
Yeah, Ryan O'Sullivan is having a look at every single braking zone here to get into third. But Pepperell has made his Camaro the widest in Victoria at the moment. And I mean, the way that Dyke and Morgan are just getting away from everybody right now. Dyke's in the lead by 2 seconds over Morgan. Then it's another 2.5 seconds back to this fight we're looking at right now. So Russell Pepperell has it all to play for here at the moment. He is moving into the position of Minister of Defence, but Ryan O'Sullivan will be harassing him here. And didn't we see in Split 2 the battle for the lead with Brett Loxton under a lot of pressure from Hunter Salvatore burning through his tyres? Potentially the same thing's going to happen to Pepperell. Leonage, meanwhile, gets dispatched by Blake Warboys up the inside at turn 10.
Yeah, Leonage was trying to get around him through the hairpins underneath the tree. Then he tried to go around the outside of 10. Now he's showing the nose again into 11, like 2 laps in a row. Leonage just not quite able to get around a struggling Blake Warboys at this point. Because Warboys has had a couple of attempts at getting past Lawford that haven't worked.
Chastaneuf, meanwhile, 5-second penalty for contact with Brown on the first lap. First of, I think, many incidents that Race Control will be taking a look at from that chaos in the opening laps. Sapstead has not come out of pit lane. I get the feeling his race 1 might be done. That's all good. He'll be able to get back into it in race 2. The contact between Jones, Campbell and Paul Young, that was what saw Kobe Jones spat into the barriers at turn 2, resulting in no further action from Race Control, looking like a bit of a racing incident.
Paul Young's got some damage on, and we know, and he's causing a bit of a group behind 11th here with Sean Campbell. I think we're going to get that lap 1 replay off.
Yes, indeed. It's been racked up and ready to go for a while now, but the action's just been so good we haven't had time to look at it. I think we do now. So we'll get our view here Ooh, yeah, it was 3 wide. Campbell in the middle with Young on the outside. And yeah, it looks like a pretty, kind of net Cody, if I'm honest. Kobe Jones just getting swiped sideways there. But it's something that you often see at Winton when drivers try to go 3 wide. Jacksonov, this was before the incident with Van der Meulen and Young. Oh, and Young was in the middle that time. Ended up spitting Van der Meulen and Nov into each other. It looks like Hunter Salvatore was the driver that initially made contact with Jax.
Pinball machine stuff. Both Kobe Jones and then also some of that, it's like spring-loaded bumpers and stuff.
Bit like a pool break. William Brown and James Chastaneuf, meanwhile, this resulted in a penalty. Some nice panel rubbing, but Brown went deep, but it appears Shasty went deeper.
There was an apex there somewhere, unfortunately.
Neither of them hit it, though.
No, and I've been saying that I think front tyre warm-up has been the challenge. Now, as you get longer into this 25-lap race, everyone's probably hurting on their tyres at this point. But on the first lap, so easy to get your nose in there and plough your cruise ship way past the apex or the braking zone.
What shall we do with a drunken sailor? Well, anyway, it appears that Rattray White has managed to move past Pepperell. So has Ryan O'Sullivan. The move has been made, and the 2 Eclipse cars now sit 3rd and 4th. Rattray White was the fastest car on track last time by as well. We'll see how Ryan O'Sullivan got it done here on Pepperell. Yeah, just showed the nose on lap 9, and Pepperell ran wide. It didn't look like full commitment to the move initially from O'Sullivan, but sometimes it's about spooking the driver in front of you, making them think you're going to go for the move when you're only really just going to stick your nose in there a little. Rattray White, meanwhile, getting it done apparently. Start of lap 11. Round turn 3 and 4. Big dive up the inside of 3, and there wasn't really much Pepperell could do about that one.
If I'm Ryan Sullivan, I'm renegotiating my team contract right about now.
Yeah, he's certainly got some great pace at the moment. Rattray White hasn't necessarily been setting the timing screens alight in race 1, but all things considered, considering where Sean Campbell is right now, I think Rattray White is doing the exact job he needs to. Problem for Mazzaroli, meanwhile, in the hairpins, outside the top 30 now, and, well, he's got a gulf of a few seconds, both forward and behind. Looks like a position change is happening between the Eclipse cars. O'Sullivan has lifted off on the start-finish straight and let Zach Rattray White through to 3rd. They're thinking about the championship.
Well, that's what I mean about negotiating the contract is, suddenly the championship leader, your teammate, is behind you. I'd let him go if the contract said end-of-term pizza party.
Indeed. I could certainly go for that as Blake Warboys with a massive wiggle. Oh, and that's going to force Rehan Lienage wide. That will allow Emily Jones through. That is an important distinction to make there. That move that Jones has just made round the outside into the left-handers. So O'Sullivan letting Rattray White go, plus Jones making up a couple more positions. That's going to close the advantage that O'Sullivan would gain for the 3rd place championship battle.
Just behind them, side by side between Briggs and Young. Ends up wide, so it's so crazy the side-by-side battling we get through turns 7, 8 and 9. It's one of the best places to spectate, no doubt, and drivers think of it as an overtaking opportunity, even if sometimes it doesn't end well.
Yes, Billy Mole apparently on the wrong side of that, and Sean Campbell has just lost a place to Kenneth Latter. He's down to 12th and just trying to nurse that car home. There's always a lot of potential for chaos with an inverted top 10, and Campbell has unfortunately come out on the wrong side of it, but still running, as is Paul Young with no front end to his name. Maloney, starting from the back of the grid, remember, just making his way past. That's a big check up there, though. And Paul Young holds up Andre Heimgartner ever so slightly, but Andre gets up the inside at turn 3. Young's doing everything he can to hold on to these positions, despite there being no front or rear bumper on his car.
it seems like he was holding on well, and now suddenly it's gotten worse since about the final corner there, because he's now let a whole bunch of cars go. In the contact, he lost the front fell off, but he also lost the rear bumper. And I didn't see exactly how that happened, but with this much damage, even around, you know, a short track like this where you're rubbing shoulders and something, it must be costing you so much.
There's another move. Ryan Mueller up the inside of Rehan Leonage. It looks like the pace is gone for Rehan here. Still in the top 10, mind, but not quite as much of a factor in the battle in the middle of the top 10 as he was. And Mueller backing up his strong qualifying performance with now a 9th spot to his name. Keeping it clean is half the battle. And Mueller, despite a little dent to, it seems, the front right, is doing all right at the moment. Paul Young, though, far from all right. He's just come into the pits and getting some damage repaired, it seems, in a race where, again, you wouldn't expect anyone in pit lane.
Would hope to be in pit lane, but we've had William Sapstead there for some time, and Paul Young has obviously got to fix something. So with O'Sullivan and Rattray White getting past Russell Pepperell, Pepperell's also now dropped behind Angus Lawford, but it kind of unleashes some of our quickest drivers. If Morgan's tyres don't hold on in second, if Jamie Dyke encounters any problems in the lead, the margins are not insurmountable. You look at this with 10 laps to go, you see the championship leader there in third. Morgan could still come under some significant pressure here. Some change could happen.
Look at those gaps.
The Greyhounds could catch the hare.
Yeah, I think they're chipping away at that gap substantially. 0.4 of a second gained every lap for the last 3 in a row for Zach Rattray White. Across the line will come here once more. 22.9 for Dyke, 22.7 for Morgan, and 22.3 for Rattray White. That's another 0.4 gain. Hunter Salvatore, in the meantime, has just lost a couple more positions. He's down to 24th, and not entirely certain how that went down, but no damage to the car from what we can see, so it looks like it might have just been a small off. The battle still ongoing between Leonage and Mueller as, yes, Campbell.
I think Sean Campbell's lost another spot to Adam Briggs here, and he's got Jake Maloney, who has been absolutely flying through the field just behind him as well. So if that damage is hurting him, it could yet hurt him some more. The right front is certainly not in a good way, but I think there's some others as well. Is that the whole bonnet flapping around?
Yeah, looks like it. It's not entirely attached there, or at the very least only by a couple of stay bolts, so Sean Campbell will be hoping that he avoids more contact to come. He is definitely down on pace right now. Running low 123s, and everyone behind him seems to be running, if not at the same pace, slightly faster. So it's going to be a tough fight for Campbell to stay in 13th here, with Jake Maloney right on the back of him, and still 9 laps remain in the race.
Yeah, the whole bonnet's popped up. It's hard to tell because of the crazy streaks already in the livery, but it's not just the right front tyre that's exposed, but the whole bumper's pushed in. The bonnet is Tim Hujas entered our race car in a track day for road cars one time, and I got called in because our bonnet was flapping around. It's like, no, it's got hood pins in it. It's got 4 of them. It's not going to go anywhere. Anyway, that seems to be what's happening here for the bonnet there on Sean Campbell. Is it's flapping around, but the way that they're attached, it's not like one latch fails and the whole thing flips up.
Yeah, indeed. These cars are constructed to a pretty exacting standard and are quite strong. Well, the battle for second place is closing up ever further. It was another gain of about 0.3 for Zach Rattray White on the previous lap. William Morgan has been minding his own business for the most part, running consistently at roughly the same pace as Jamie Dyke up ahead. Unfortunately for Angus Lawford, though, in P5, he has just received a 10-second penalty for the contact back on lap 8 with Sapstead. That's not ideal for him. but we'll keep our eyes on this fight for now. 2 Eclipse cars chasing down the Pacific Esports Racing 210, and that is another huge gain for Rattray White. 4 more tenths taken out of William Morgan.
Love seeing the different lines through 1 and 2. People are trying to get their inside tyres caught on the curb to help them rotate. Some drivers really carry a lot of speed into 1 and they make turn 2 a little bit tighter for themselves. We saw Zach Rattray White really rotate into 1, open up turn 2 and the exit down towards turn 3. And then he gained a couple of car lengths there, but it's also the line that can set you up well to make that diving move down the inside of turn 3. That is how these drivers got past Pepper.
Just look at the way that Rattray White is taking these hairpins here versus Morgan. It looks like the blue car is just having a little bit more trouble getting the power down. Rattray White, a consistent smooth arc through the corners, and that's really taking care of the tyres as things stand. Not quite close enough for a move yet, but I think it'll be coming in the next lap or so as they reach the conclusion of the 18th lap of this 25-lap affair. A little wide on the way out of the penultimate corner and the final corner for Morgan, missing the apex curb by about half a metre, if that. Rattray White doesn't quite have the run into turn 1. He's going to have to wait a little longer, but look at the gain he made on that lap. 4.47. That's crazy.
It was as if the change of direction at turns 5 and 6 going into the hairpin 7, William Morgan lost a lot of time on that lap. Now, obviously, Rattray White looks a little better in the traction zones. He looked very good through that first chicane. It was right here where I was almost thinking, wait, is Morgan saving fuel? Are there a few drivers that might have even short-fueled themselves a little bit for this race? And then he spent the whole of this race under green flag, in clean air, trying to pull away from the rest of the field. Is he in a bit of trouble in that regard?
Oh, hello. Rattray White's gotten past Morgan there, and that is at the hairpin. And, well, it looked like there might have been a bit of contact on the way through there, but looks like it was quite the dive that Rattray White just made. We also saw, briefly, that Jake Maloney has gotten past Sean Campbell and up into 13th place. So there's moves being made at multiple ends of the field here.
And then James Chastanoff locked up and nearly drilled Sean Campbell, which would have been big for the championship implications.
Indeed. Just going back and taking a look at that move for second place, it was all completely fair by my money. Rattray White just outbraked William Morgan and didn't make any contact with him to get the move done. And here is Sean Campbell. His pace just keeps dropping off. That damage may be getting a little worse as time goes on, and the tyres are certainly not liking it. Now James Chastanoff has a chance to get up into 14th on the road. Andre Heimgartner and Rain Campbell looking to take advantage as well. Here is Jake Maloney making the move on Campbell, and it was a fairly textbook move. He brought himself alongside into the braking zone. Later on the brakes, Campbell just let him have it.
Yeah, see, it's that long turn 5 that Morgan seemed to be struggling with. Rattray White got so close and then ambitious.
Yes, very tight line, V-shape into that hairpin, and completed the move around the outside of the left-hander. Very nicely done from our championship leader. The battles further back in the field, meanwhile, keeping an eye on Stacey Boyd, who is once again behind the Misfits teammates of Roger Forbett and Scott McKenzie. These two have been driving consistently, has to be said, and both making gains. Forbett is up 4 positions, and Scott McKenzie up to 27th from 32nd, so that's a gain of 5 spots. So they're not exactly setting the timing screens alight, but they've kept it clean, they've kept it consistent, and they have benefited.
Yep, Kiwis together in 24th and 25th, just ahead of the American, and then Kobe Jones with the flag of Djibouti.
Yes, a couple of jokers out there on the flag front. Mazzaroli, some bad news for him. 5-second penalty for contact with James Chastanoff back on lap 8. And Mazzaroli is down in 28th place at the moment, as it looks like Morgan's in trouble of falling off the podium here. Ryan O'Sullivan tapping some Morse code, giving him the hurry up on that rear bumper. But Morgan holding strong through the hairpins.
It's almost like Ryan O'Sullivan got surprised by how slow William Morgan is through turns 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah, he's obviously anticipating a bit more speed from the cars in front of him. And look at that, the visual gap for the lead is vanishing as well. Rattray White is now about as far behind Jamie Dyke as William Morgan was when Rattray White and O'Sullivan caught up to him. Still 4 laps remaining, but 2 seconds gap with gains of about half a second a lap now that Rattray White is making. It's possible he could go for the move on the final lap, but it's a lot of things are going to have to go his way.
It's dinosaur in the rear view mirror stuff. It gets closer, and eventually that's a kind of pressure all of its own. The championship leader, Zach Rattray White, closing down, and the Jamie Dyke, who was 10th in qualifying, benefited from that inverted top 10, benefited from everyone nearly skittling themselves over the podium positions behind him. Now he's got to hold on to this thing for another 4 laps.
1 minute 22.8 on the previous lap for Dyke. Rattray White, a 22.493. Some solid chunks of time getting taken out of the fishy number 080 right now. But there's no one in front of Jamie Dyke. It's just eyes forward for the moment. William Morgan has done a stellar job keeping Ryan O'Sullivan behind him. Here at turn 10, this is where O'Sullivan was making some more gains on the previous lap, just slightly deeper into the corner. Angus Lawford keeping Russell Pepperell behind him, but don't forget Lawford has a time penalty hanging over his head and a very angry battle behind between Warboys, Leonage, Jones and Ryan Mueller.
Yeah, the rest of the cars in the top 10 are super close here, just behind Angus Lawford. 3 to go. Rattray White takes another half a second out of Jamie Dyke. Andre Heimgartner, James Chastanoff have exchanged a couple of panels, and who's that gets forced wide?
Oh, Rain Campbell and Billy Mole falling down the order, and it looks like, oh, that's not ideal, coming out of the last turn. Oh, Andre Heimgartner moving across the track ahead of Liam Milner, who's found himself in the middle of a bit of a kerfuffle, it seems.
The way I jumped back from my screen like a French person seeing a film for the first time.
Yes. It's not a real train. It can't hurt you. Choo-choo. All right. Into the first sector then, or the end of the first sector rather, for these drivers. Lots of shuffling going on in the mid-pack. And we've just gotten a little handy list of drivers that have penalties now, most recent of which is Jake Maloney, the biggest gainer in the field, going from the back, and 10-second time penalty for him as Ryan O'Sullivan finally gets past William Morgan to round out your top 3.
A move at turn 10 is rare, a clean move at turn 10 is rarer, but this is just in time to get the 2 Eclipse cars into the podium spots. Ryan O'Sullivan moving ahead of William Morgan, who sat in that second place for so long.
Straighter exit out of the hairpin, and that's where it really started. Oh, almost thought about the over-under, but committed to the inside move, and oh, that's a bit of a bump. I gotta wonder if William Morgan got on the blower to race control about that.
A bit of rear locking from O'Sullivan, walked about half a car away from the apex, and then there was all sorts happening here.
This is the lap where Jake Maloney, there's the contact. That's what got Jake Maloney the 10-second time penalty up behind Billy Mole in the blue Camaro here. And it looks like just another case of getting on the power out of these hairpins, but the driver in front not accelerating as quickly.
Well, Mole had to tap the brakes because I think they were side by side in front of him. So it's sort of the checkup leads into one into the other. Mole was off pace and tapping the brakes in places that you wouldn't normally expect. But again, there was a thing happening in front of him. The boys turned around.
Oh no, he just gotten a warning from race control for racing room with Rehan Leonage, and it seems that's all gone off for them. And Warboys now falls outside of the top 10. That's a shame for him. He won't have to worry too much about Maloney though. He'll be put 10 seconds back from wherever he is at the moment. Final lap begins for race 1. And Jamie Dyke has 0.6 of a second advantage over Zach Rattray White, but the gap has closed by another 5/10. Rattray White is almost certainly going to be on the back of Jamie Dyke at the end of the lap here. Question is, can he get the move done? There's not many clear opportunities around Winton, but we've seen plenty of them work nicely.
Well, Rattray White looks smooth and Dyke looks panicked, but he's only got to hold on for this one lap. This is a mental, psychological game as much as it is the pace and the skill, because if Dyke doesn't make a mistake, he holds on for sure, but the pressure is implied and it's felt.
Certainly is. Big wiggle on the exit of the turn 7 hairpin. Through 8 and 9, Rattray White a little deeper on the way into the corners, and he goes for the narrower, straighter exit again. Dyke is probably going to be forced defensive here. No, he's going to move back to the racing line, but there's one more braking zone to come on the lap. Can Jamie Dyke hold on for his first V8SCOPS victory here at Winton Motor Raceway? Rattray White with a big dive, a big look, but it's not enough. Jamie Dyke through the final corner, putting the power down, and has enough of an advantage to celebrate his first V8SCOPS victory for Fishy Motorsports. A brilliant run, obviously taking advantage of the top 10 invert, but having the championship leader behind you, putting that pressure on you, that is certainly worth talking about.
Yeah, so great work through the field from Ryan O'Sullivan and Zach Rattray White. Best that Sean Campbell can manage is 14th, so even though Rattray White doesn't get that race win on the final lap, the championship picture is very beneficial from this race, the first of two tonight.
Certainly is. Well, Sean Campbell is going to wash his hands clean of this first race. He obviously had quite a bit of bad luck in that. And Kurt Stenberg with a bit further bad luck of his own. 15-second time penalty for contact with Kobe Jones on lap 20. Kobe has certainly been bashed about a bit here in this first race. But that's everyone across the line, and race results will be on their way. Jamie Dyke holding on from the second from the pole position, from second place, from the front row. I will correct myself. Ahead of Zach Rattray White, who ultimately finishes half a second behind. O'Sullivan completing the podium, with William Morgan holding on beautifully from pole to finish P4. Ahead of Angus Lawford, first of many drivers who's had a time penalty applied. Russell Pepperell finishes 6th on the road ahead of Ryan Mueller and Emily Jones. And then it's Rehan Leonage and Kenneth Latta to round out the top 10. Fishy bookending the whole thing.
Very nice. William Sapstead gets 11th from Paul Young in 12th by the looks of things. No, that says, I believe that says Briggs and Maloney. And Blake Warboys, Sean Campbell in 14th, of course. James Chasnoff there in 15th. From Andre Heimgartner, Liam Milner, Billy Mole, Rain Campbell, and Andrew Dutch. Quite a number of time penalties to be applied, though.
Indeed. 21st on the road was Lachlan Pryke, up 3 positions. William Brown falling down the order, and I think was the victim of a couple of hits himself, ahead of Hunter Salvatore and Roger Forbert. Forbert's teammate Scott McKenzie finishes in 25th. Ahead of Stacey Boyd, Jordan Mazzaroli, Kobe Jones, and Sean Vandermeulen. Kurt Stenberg rounds out your top 30, and Jack Snov is the last car to see the checkered flag. Paul Young and William Sapstead, unfortunately, our 2 retirees from this race. Plenty of damage for the both of them, but they'll be hoping for a little better in race 2. They'll be starting 12th and 5th, respectively. Well, now we go into our warm-up session, and it's the opportunity to take a little breath and have a short break, I think, here on SimSpeed TV, because we have got a brutal hard slog ahead of us. 50 laps for race 2 coming up very shortly.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
You're watching SimSpeed TV. After a short breather, we're here to bring you the second race here at Winton Motor Raceway. Last race, race 1, a split one, was the 250th V8SCOPS split one race. That's why this event is called V8SCOPS 250. And, well, Jamie Dyke has quite the honour of winning that 250th split one event. But we'll see what he can do to stay in the top 10 for this second race here today. Servers have been sorted, everyone's in and just about ready to go. It's going to be a 50-lapper with a compulsory pit stop. My name's Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me with Dan Yeaman behind the scenes. Oh, here we go, David. The grid is going to be set by the results we saw in qualifying. No field invert for this one, but that compulsory pit stop is going to play a big part in the action. A long race as well, which opens up more potential for a safety car.
Yeah, well, the weather is still much the same, cool, relatively overcast. It's that longer race that's going to test the tyres. We saw how powerful the new tyre undercut was in Split 2. I can't imagine it being any less powerful in a longer Split 1 race. So having your strategy sorted out, finding the correct window to pit, get that advantage on track, but not end up in too much traffic, that will be a real challenge. And also, just even if you cut this race in half, it's 25 laps on each set of tyres, getting to be a decent ask. Whereas if you pit at the beginning of that critical lap number on lap 20, say, you're asking your tyres to go 30, and pit entry is treacherous here.
Yeah, to say the least. I think before we went live, you were talking about it literally going through a cattle gate before that chicane on the way into the pits. Important number at the bottom of that graphic was the critical lap 19 to 20. That's when we're going to be seeing the earliest pit stops for fuel. Another view of Winton Motor Raceway. Bendigo, some distance away. That's where our usual producer Jay Kennedy lives. And he has been a regular visitor to this track for years. And well, it's a lovely little venue, one that is very close to many hearts. From 1961, that little cut through between the current turns 10 and 1, that used to be the third last corner of the layout. The run from turns 2 to 3, the original start-finish straight around here. And I often find it hard to believe, David, that that this track was that short for that long of its existence. National level touring car racing taking place at this circuit since the 1960s. I believe Jim Richards was the one who described this circuit as like trying to ride a bicycle around a clothesline.
Yeah, riding a bike in your living room type of thing. A lot of good racing tracks in Victoria. Well, in New South Wales, Bathurst is clearly the greatest. Between here, Sandown, Phillip Island, lots of good permanent circuits in this state.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Victoria, the home of Albert Park, first and foremost, Phillip Island, Sandown, Malala Motorsports Park as well. That's a track that I'd love to see on iRacing at some point.
Malala's in South Australia. You might be thinking Boulder.
Yes. Of course. My apologies. Got my states confused. Well, South Australia.
I'm actually South 4 racer about a guide.
Oh no. How will I ever recover? Oh, dearie me.
Wash.
Yes, indeed. Yep. I'm done. This is going to be my last public appearance before I live as a hermit for the rest of my life. We better get to the grid, though. It looks like drivers are loading onto it now. Of course, grid set by those qualifying times. So it's our championship top 2 in that order. On the front row, Rattray White and Sean Campbell. Rehan Leonage will start in third alongside Rattray White's teammate Ryan O'Sullivan. Angus Lawford starting out of P5. We'll be looking to make a recovery from the time penalty he got in race 1. William Sapstead, unfortunately, with a poor result in race 1. He'll try and make up for that. Russell Pepperell and Blake Warboys, 7th and 8th. The top 10 rounded out by race 1 winner Jamie Dyke and William Morgan.
11th on the grid, Kobe Jones is going to hopefully get a clean run through turns 1 and 2 on this race, and Paul Young will hopefully keep all of his bumpers attached from 12th position on the grid. Ryan Mueller starts 13th place, and there's Andrew Dutch in 14th on the grid. Adam Briggs from 15th, alongside Emily Jones, who's going to need to make more progress in this race to stay up the pointy end of the championship, contending for that 3rd place. William Brown in 17th, Billy Mole in 18th. A few drivers looking for some redemption in this one. There's Ken Latter from 19th on the grid, and James Chastanov alongside him in 20th.
In 21st place, it's Jordan Mazzaroli. He's got Kurt Stenberg for company. And behind them, it's Rain Campbell and Lachlan Pryke. Jacksonov starting out of 25th spot alongside American Stacey Boyd for Phase 4. Real World Supercars driver Andre Heimgartner once again out of 27th spot here alongside Sean Vandermeulen, a long-time member of this community. Roger Forbert and Liam Milner rounding out your top 30. Then it's Scott McKenzie and Jake Maloney on your final row. Only 32 cars taking to the start here. We are missing someone, so it looks like it's going to be still an incredible amount of action, though. 32 cars around Winton Motor Raceway. It does get very tight. 30 seconds remain on the timer. And the big challenge here is for the standing start to be nailed. We've seen a few occasions here where a driver starting up the front of the field it hasn't quite let the clutch out properly and has gotten a bunch of wheels spin off that standing start. It's not the longest run to turn 1 we've ever seen this season, but there's still a lot of potential for chaos to erupt through the very tight first chicane of Winton Motor Raceway. Sean Campbell was 3 wide at the start of race 1. He'll be hoping that it's only 2 wide at most for race 2. Revs rise, and we get ready to put the power down. And there we go. It looks like it's Ryan O'Sullivan's turn to have a bad start there. Rayan Leonage with a big jump there. Rattray wide up the inside of Campbell. Forces Campbell almost off the track there. They both go wide. They're tripping over each other for the top 2 places. And there's nowhere for Leonage to go. Sean Campbell up the inside here at the right-handers. But Rattray wide is doing everything he can to stay alongside. It's not going to happen, though. Campbell to the front.
So that bad getaway from O'Sullivan costing him a whole bunch of spots. Leonage with a great getaway, but nowhere to go with it to turn 1, nowhere to go towards turn 3. So he still sits there in 3rd place, keeping some pressure on Zach Rattray-White. Sean Campbell's got the slightly cleaner start to the race that he wanted, but now they all pile into turn 7, and they do pile in.
Yeah, it's an absolute parking lot at the moment. Looking like the Mitchell Freeway on a Monday morning. This is crazy stuff. Round the turn 9 hairpin for the first time, and that's going to be not the best run for William Brown there. He's run wide. Andrew Dutch, actually, is the one who ran wide there. Same colour cars, easy to make that mistake, but he's going to fall to the last position. Jake Maloney has had an incredible first lap. He's up 13 spots.
How, but also what he could have achieved if he qualified well. Make that up another spot.
Oh, wow. Incredible stuff. Car number 1 up to 18th place at the end of the first lap, and looks like one of the Rapid Theft cars having a bit of a wiggle there out of the final corner. Sean Campbell leading by over half a second now. He has executed this first lap well and is continuing to hold on to that lead from Rattray-White and Leonage. Jake Maloney making up a few more positions there, and up the inside comes the car of Andre Heimgartner. Ken Latter getting dispatched there, and oh goodness me, it would appear that we have Mazzaroli in the midst of all of this as well. Outside line through these left-handers is difficult to pull off, but Mazzaroli gets it done, and he'll have the inside for turn 7. Very deep for Ken Latter. He's trying to hold on to a position in the top 24, but it will not work out for him.
Not many marbles out there yet. Track got cleaned off from race 1 to the warm-up here into race 2, and weather's still very much the same. Overcast, cool, but no rain around in the area. That will be nice to the tyres, but the race length won't be. pressure on Sean Campbell, who still leads. There's a look at 4th place, Angus Lawford.
Indeed, Lawford on the Zoom call here. And, well, yes, he did get a time penalty in race 1, but he's making up for it now. He is still within sight of the top 3. I don't know what he's done to unlock the pace that he's had over the last couple of rounds, but regardless, it's fantastic to see, and Project 36 will be very happy to have him in their ranks. Potentially, there might be a couple of the other teams around him looking at potentially poaching him for next season. We'll have to wait and see how that one goes. It's very rare we have a year in the AusNZ sim racing community without a few drivers jumping teams.
So a gap opens between 6th and 7th, as you can see. There's your top 6 being led by Sean Campbell, Angus Lawford part of that. And the gap before you find Warboys in 7th. Russell Pepperell's lost a couple of spots on this opening lap, so things are still going well for Jamie Dyke, as he's from 10th on the grid, 9th on the grid, up into 8th at the moment.
And it looks like he's really giving Blake Warboys a run for his money here. Quite the gulf between 6th and 7th at the moment, about 1.7 seconds as things stand, with O'Sullivan up ahead trying to get back past Sapstead and Lawford. A long train of cars here from 7th all the way back to 25th within a second of each other. Jamie Dyke keeping it nice and smooth and controlled through the opening part of the lap. But Morgan, Jones and Young, 3 drivers in particular, I think will be wanting to move forward. They, along with Leonage in 3rd, still occupy the same positions they started in. So now that we have our first 3 laps down, the tyres are at their best, and we're going to see some pretty quick times coming from the top of the field. Rattray White has the fastest lap so far, 121.7, and it looks like pretty consistent high 121s for our top 6.
Things slightly less frantic than they were at this phase of race 1, because with the compulsory pit stop to come, if you hold station for a couple of laps on the race start here, save a little bit of fuel, it could benefit you when the pit stop comes around. And now we know we're going to have a quite long run on these tyres. Also, saving your tyres a little bit for later in this stint could also benefit you. Things that were less of a factor in race 1, where everyone just went mental in the first couple of laps. Here, there's something to save for and conserve for and build towards the longer game in this long compulsory pit stop race 2.
Yeah, so looking after your tyres, I think, is prime directive, at least until about lap 20 or so, which is when we're going to start seeing those first initial pit stops for fuel, I would imagine. We've had our first penalty of the race assigned, and it was to the number 12. That was for contact with Andrew Dutch for Billy Mole. That was the reason why we saw Dutch so wide in turn 9 on the first lap. So 5 seconds to be added either to the pit stop or to the final race time there for Billy Mole, who still sits in 15th place. Battle for the top 3 closing up though. Rehan Leonage looking very pacey. And if I'm not incorrect, Winton is the track where Leonage took his first V8SCOPS victory a couple of years ago. So he's got form to back himself up here. Billy Mole trying to get up the inside of Andrew Dutch on lap 1, and that's how we saw him sent wide. Some good cutting underneath there from a Vermilion Fury Mustang to avoid further contact, but yeah, Dutch got on the blower to race control for that, and they would have agreed with his assessment that the move was not on.
Well, hurt people, Reece Gardner. And race cars, Stacey Boyd and Andre Heimgartner, it looks like.
Vandermeulen. That's Sean Vandermeulen. So, yeah, looks like a little awkward coming together in the final couple of corners there, and they've fallen off the back of the rest of the field. The jostling about that's gone on has resulted in quite a few more cars getting involved in the ultimate huge fight for 7th. Vandermeulen also on the Zoom wall here tonight. He's managed to get back rolling, and it doesn't appear there's too much damage on that car. Warboys continuing to fall back a little bit further from Ryan O'Sullivan here. I think Warboys is in tyre conservation mode, and Jamie Dyke seems reasonably content to sit behind him, but I think if the move presents itself, Dyke would certainly take it.
So with the fuel tank restriction, how it is, the length of this race being what it is, we expect that getting a 4 tyre change done will be very easy. The length of your pit stop is going to be how much fuel you need to take. So the less fuel you need to take, the quicker your stop could be, and that'd be another way to maybe make a jump, make a little bit of an undercut. So if you can't pass someone, but you can sit behind and save, and I reckon there's a lot of opportunities around the lap here at Winton to make some savings. I'm thinking from turn 5 all the way through to turn 9, as well as just little parts into turn 1 here, into turn 3. We could see a lot of fuel management in this first stint, then some very aggressive tyre undercuts and some quick laps in the middle of the race. The tide will come in and out on this and exactly how aggressive the drivers are being at different stages.
Yeah, plenty of action to come. We were singing Jake Maloney's praises on lap 1 for the positions he was able to make up, but apparently he's had a couple of issues in the last few laps. He just dropped a few more places and now sits in 20th. Just behind Rain Campbell, but he's going to try and find his way back past at turn 7. Nice and deep round the outside, gets the move done. There's it's subtle, but there is a bit of banking through that left-hander that you can take advantage of if you're around the outside. Campbell running wide through turn 9 almost gives the opportunity to Kurt Stenberg to find his way through, but ultimately the big advantage is going to fall to Lachlan Pryke, who gets up the inside of Stenberg at turn 10.
I think Stenberg might have used his nose and then just lifted off a little bit, and that's what made him vulnerable for Pryke to be able to go through.
Yeah, well, he gets back through. Oh, only for a moment, though. Pryke into a rapidly closing door, and hello, Andre Heimgartner. You're going to take advantage of all of that. Meanwhile, Kenneth Latter gets alongside Stenberg. This is some pretty intense racing we're seeing outside the top 20, don't forget. Oh, Stenberg contact there from Latter and 3 wide with Mazzaroli and Milner. And it looks like Mazzaroli had to briefly back out of that one. Lets Milner past into 24th spot. This is super tight.
Exactly. So a couple of examples of banging doors. Kurt Stenberg trying to give himself more space alongside Ken Latter heading down the front straight, and then just a little bit of squeeze, tiny bit of overlap remained at turn 2, and contact was made. And Stenny always looks like that, but he's probably not thrilled.
Yeah, he is the face of concentration more often than not. Down to 27th position now, 5 spots lower than where he started. But he is searching for every advantage he can. Big slide on the way out of turn 9. Back to the battle for 4th, meanwhile, Angus Lawford keeping William Sapstead and Ryan O'Sullivan behind him. And O'Sullivan, losing those 2 positions on the initial race start, has been stuck behind Lawford and Sapstead for the meantime. But I guess we can work into your point about fuel saving, David. O'Sullivan probably not in the worst position here. It is only early days, and he has a lot of potential to take advantage of any fuel saving he might do. We've received an answer as well as to what happened between Van der Meulen and Stacey Boyd, race control, slapping 15 more seconds onto Van der Meulen's race time. But it's not going to be relevant in the end because Van der Meulen has now retired from the race. Regardless, it would appear that Van der Meulen was the aggressor in that incident we caught the end of.
Rare occasion of Van der Meulen getting a bit shirty.
Yes, he's usually a pretty quiet racer. So, we'll keep ourselves a little bit more closely between Blake Warboys and Jamie Dyke. They're starting to build a gap between themselves and Russell Pepperell. William Morgan and Kobe Jones behind, trying their best to stay in touch. And it looks like everything's just reached a bit of a plateau, I think, in terms of the action. We're seeing mistakes from some, we're seeing moves from some, but largely in the top 10, everyone's content to just stretch this stint out.
Yeah, so we're thinking it's to lap 20 before they could stop and make it to the end. In a 50-lap race, it gives us a pretty narrow fuel window in the middle if there's no safety car intervention or any such thing. So it's about, a 15 or so lap window somewhere in the middle. The other thing that fuel saving can give you, not just a quicker stop, but the ability to maybe stretch a little bit further and then have fresh tyres at the end.
Yes. That's the main aim in these longer races. Having your car be in the best position it can be. It looks like things are going off for 4th place. Lawford was wide at turn 9, but Sapstead was unable to take advantage. O'Sullivan seeing a potential opportunity to move back up a position, but he'll get back into the rhythm behind them for now.
What do you imagine William Sapstead's trying to communicate with the flashing of the headlights just there?
Potentially speed things up a little, Angus. I'd like to make an impression on the top 3.
Or wouldn't we all? So I'm not sure that's new news in the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Perhaps he's just saying, drive more cleanly, because we got a chance to get away from Warboys in 7th and the whole rest of APCO. And if we can give ourselves a couple of seconds, we have more flexibility, we're harder to undercut, we've got more opportunity to react to the strategy of what everyone else is doing and find good gaps to put ourselves into. If we're pulling away from the rest of the field inside of the top 5 here, please keep doing so. Either go flat out or get out of the way.
Well, I think Angus Lawford is doing his best to go flat out at this stage. He is running 122.7s right now, which is roughly equal pace with Warboys and company behind. But if I were William Sapstead, I would certainly want a couple more tenths to be gained over the course of each lap here. We're now past the 10th lap in the meantime, 40 laps to go here at Winton, and looks like another potential run here for Sapstead. He gets ever closer to Angus Lawford, but no move presents itself into the penultimate corner. Out onto the start-finish straight. This final corner is so difficult to get right. It's faster than you think, but it's also very narrow and sharp. Easy to get on the power slightly too early, or even get your wheels into the gravel and mess up your entry. But they're nailing it well enough for now as our leaders continue to skip away. They're running a couple of tenths faster than these guys at the moment.
I see, just behind Jamie Dyke. So Pepperell and Morgan were overlapping in the battle for 9th and 10th. That's very close. And then Kobe Jones, he's looking for that redemption race here. He's just behind them if something opens up.
Things are starting to get a little bit more intense for the lead battle as well, as we're on board with Jones right now. Remember, his campaign in race 1 ended quite early. Side-by-side, 3-wide contact with Paul Young and Sean Campbell, and he was down and out before the race had even reached its halfway point. He's doing a bit better here, up behind William Morgan, and trying to break into the top 10. Driving smoothly, hitting those apexes, and looking after the car, which is the main thing. But I did briefly notice that Rattray White was having a couple of looks at Sean Campbell on this lap. So you never know, there might be a potential move for the lead on the horizon. But I think for now, our top 3 will still run line astern.
Looking at the ratios there, Kobe Jones, that's my pet thing this round, I think, and it's doing pretty similar to what everyone else is doing. First and second gear, not getting a whole lot of use with those short ratios here. They're just a recipe for spinning up your rear tyres. He's staying in third for almost all the slow stuff, just to give more drivability, smoothness out of the slow traction zones. Save those tyres.
A little bit wide for William Morgan through turn 5. It's a tough one, which he had issues with in race 1. Lawford and Sapstead side by side now, and Sapstead trying to get the move done inside from the outside, and he is through just about. There we go, he's cleared him out of turn 9, but maybe a little bumper to bumper touching between Sapstead and Lawford. Defends the position into turn 10. Lawford not quite able to get the over under, not enough space, and that results in a concertina involving O'Sullivan as well.
Sapstead deliberately parked it So return serve on maybe what he was accusing Angus Lawford of doing and holding them up earlier. Zapstead's up into fourth. He's going to try to get away. Won't necessarily be easy to do, but he deliberately slowed up big time at the apex at turn 10 to stop Angus Lawford doing that switch back.
Yes.
You can wide at one.
Oh, yep. A little bit wide indeed, but this is difficult. Into turn 3, slightly narrower line for Zapstead, but you can keep the position running that line, so Zapstead gets out of it all right. But now it seems Angus Lawford is the one at a disadvantage here in this battle for 4th place, and O'Sullivan is probably well aware of that. Look at Warboys, Dyke and Pepperell behind. That little bit of slowing up, and there's going to be a bit more of it here up the inside of turn 7. Oh no! Doesn't quite clear Lawford in time, does Ryan O'Sullivan, and he is around at the hairpins, and he's going to go straight across the grass to rejoin the racetrack at turn 9. That's going to be a huge, huge slowdown that he'll be given.
It's flag, straight to a drive-through. It's cutting the course too much.
Oh, damn. Oh, dear. That's not ideal.
I was worried about that. I wouldn't. He saw all that traffic, but I know you can't do that. I was watching it, and so was our producer thinking, uh-oh.
Well, it is a big uh-oh for Ryan O'Sullivan, and he'll be forced into an early trip through pit lane as a result, and pitting just ahead of him is William Morgan. Goodness me, that came out of nowhere, and Morgan, a little bit slower out of that corner than O'Sullivan would have ideally liked. That's more time lost there for Ryan, and, well, that's 4 laps early compared to the critical lap.
Morgan was wide at turn 11. He came up behind one of the TTR cars and had to swerve. He went off the road and he was basically in the pit entry already. So I think that might almost... I don't know what Morgan's doing.
Well, Ryan O'Sullivan still has the drive-through to his name. He has stopped in the pits and taken service. And, I don't know, I think that's a reasonably sensible thing to do. If you're coming into pit lane anyway, you might as well get service done. But he will still have to serve that drive-through at a later point. So more time lost there for the number 74, and he'll be banking on a safety car to try and compress the field and take advantage again.
Yeah, you would have thought the most efficient way, if it is a drive-through, is to take the drive-through and then come in the fuel window rather than whatever this is. Morgan's back out after a 17-second stop, so maybe they think they can super fuel save here. Again, I think this is a track where if you're in the right place in the pack, you can save a lot of fuel here because it's short and slow, but with so many braking zones, so many places you roll one corner into another in the middle sector. Some big fuel saving can happen here.
Yeah, it certainly can. Bad news for Ryan O'Sullivan. It looks like he didn't come in for service. He's retired from the race, obviously thinking that the rest of the race wasn't really worth doing once he got that massive penalty for cutting across the hairpins. So that's going to be good news for Emily Jones, who now sits in 11th spot. She'll get the full classified points from this race, while O'Sullivan will not. And this being a longer race, I think it's worth more points than race 1 was. So that's going to potentially be another big swing in the battle for 3rd in the championship. But the battle for the lead of the championship is on right now. Contact between Campbell and Rattray White, and Leonage takes advantage to move through to the lead as they come together again.
It started at turn 9. Sean Campbell went wide. Zach Rattray White got a really good run down the inside of 10, but locked up into Campbell. Both of them make multiple pieces of contact. Rayhan Leonage did nothing wrong, and he's out into the lead of the race with a 2-second lead. Think of race control. Look at that. Rattray White locked up, pushed wide of the apex at 10, and everything thereafter is kind of on him.
Indeed it is. Well, Campbell, crucially, still ahead of Rattray White on track with a bit more space between them. Whether or not race control takes a look at that remains to be seen, but for the moment, Rayhan Leonage, at the track where he saw proper success in V8SCOPS for the first time, is in the lead once again. And he was able to keep up very nicely with Campbell and Rattray White when he was behind them. Now he's got clear air and the opportunity to dictate the pace.
Well, he will have been perfectly placed in that first 15 or so laps to do what we were suggesting, which is just be a little gentle with the tyres, just save a little bit of fuel, something they've been pretty good at as a driver and team. And he was perfectly placed again in third position behind Campbell and Rattray White to do that for the first 15 laps here. So he might have a little bit of pace to show. He might be difficult to catch. And his pit stop might also be relatively competitive from a total duration standpoint. I note that William Morgan's pit stop was 17 seconds, easily covering tyres, and that was on the early side, so we might be looking at stops a little closer to 20 seconds. What I'm saying is there is quite a bit of time to be saving some fuel if that's the size of fuel drop that we're taking.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now Lienage is going to have no impetus to fuel save. He'll be out in front on his own, lapping as fast as he can. And Campbell will stay ahead of Rattray White for now. 22.78 for Rehan Lienage, playing a 22.62 for Campbell and a 22.74 for Zach Rattray White. So, pace between our top three still looking pretty consistent. William Sapstead, though, he is running roughly the same pace as our leaders, and he's gotten closer thanks to that coming together between Campbell and Rattray White. Could be a shout for the podium if things go his way.
Yes, Sapstead Unleashed from Lawford has been able to show a bit of pace, and then this is the incident. So Campbell was a little offline, a little slow, but that's a lock up, and that's 2 hits.
Oh, and another bit of a return serve, but probably not intentional from Campbell. Clearly, Rattray White was in a little too deep. He
Campbell needed to rejoin somewhere, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Okay. Producer giving us heart attacks again. Okay. And we are back to live pictures, and Zach Rattray White still trailing Sean Campbell by a second or so. Here's the fight between Warboys, Dyke and Jones.
This employer needs to give us private health insurance if this is the kind of treatment we're getting.
I'd probably be classed.
Hazard.
I'd probably be classed as having some pre-existing conditions, knowing me. But we'll see how that works out. I think a few bits of paperwork to sign in the interim between this round and the next. But the battle for 6th place, and it will be 5th place once that penalty is sorted for Angus Lawford. That's both races now that Lawford's received a time penalty, and that was for the contact with Ryan O'Sullivan.
Breaking the Lawford.
Indeed. That was the contact back on lap 14 that initially sent O'Sullivan around.
Critical lap number, and William Morgan is back in.
Okay.
Lap 19, we thought this is the earliest they could pit.
I think they've come to get you, David. Morgan, indeed, is back in the pits again, but this is looking a bit longer than I was expecting it to be. This is going to be an over 20-second stop. And it looks like Russell Pepperell is going to be the next driver to find his way in. This is the first, I think, scheduled pit stop of the day. And following him in is Ken Latta.
It's a fire truck, but they didn't stop at my apartment.
Well, that's good news. No danger of burning up the same way these guys are burning time sitting in the pit lane. William Morgan has not re-emerged from the box.
Jones with a moment there. So Kobe Jones gets sent wide by Jamie Dyke. Loses at least 1 spot, maybe 2 here.
Yep, getting alongside is Ryan Mueller and Emily Jones. Adam Briggs a little bit further behind these guys. Kobe Jones still holding on to the inside line there, and he will stop Ryan Mueller from getting past him. Billy Mole sees the opportunity, but the outside line through turn 9 isn't always the best, so Adam Briggs will gain a little more time from that. Can't quite take advantage, though.
So 20.5 seconds stop for that, and 19.8 from Pepperell. That is how much fuel we're looking at. It's taking around about 20 seconds of it. Sean Campbell is in.
Right, taking an early stop here. He'll be hoping for an undercut to maybe get a bit more distance between himself and Zach Rattray White.
No, the field hasn't spread that far, so I think Campbell takes this stop. Everyone goes past him, and he will be in relatively clean air. And then we know that everyone can probably only go about 30 laps into the race. Everyone's going to have to stop in the next 9, and it'll open up for him. I think with how close and competitive the field is, how slow the pit lane is here at Winton, it's actually not going to drop Campbell into too much traffic, even though he's pitting on the early side from the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. He is going to come out all on his own. And that'll just leave Rattray White to try and get as much pace as he can out of this car while he has the opportunity. There's only one car ahead of him now. And Rattray White was quicker than Campbell the last couple of laps. So I think this is a good response here from Sean. 21-second stop for him, 41 seconds all the way through the lane. Not the quickest stop we've seen so far, though. That honour belongs to Russell Pepperell, a sub 20-second stop time for the TTR 750. Oh, here we go. Leonage has just come into the pits ahead of him. And Rattray White will take the race lead from that. But Sean Campbell's stop has now kicked off, I think, a big sequence of stops throughout the field. I see that potentially Briggs is in, as well as William Brown. There was a brief trade of positions between them beforehand, so maybe a move for position turning into a move into the pit lane. Now, we'll keep an eye on these pit stop times, as Leonage is now stationary and looking to try and beat that 21.5 second time for Campbell, and he has 19.5 seconds in the stop there for Leonage, with Briggs, Brown, Stenberg and Pryke also in the lane. Sean Campbell is going to actually be a bit further behind Leonage. Leonage has managed to cover him.
Yeah, I thought it would probably be like this. Leonage had a couple of seconds before the pit stops happened. He's reacted in good time, and we thought he would have saved that fuel. So the combination of those two, and only being undercut by 1 lap by Sean Campbell, it all adds together to Leonage staying reasonably ahead. This is going and shaping up well from Rehan Leonage, another one of those drivers who exercised some patience in the first 15 laps, and it has borne fruit.
That it has. In comes Zach Rattray White. Now, this is going to be the last potential change in the state of the effective top 3. Angus Lawford comes in behind him, so does Emily Jones and Billy Mole. James Chastanerf in as well. We're having about 4 or 5 cars pitting every single lap since the pit window properly opened. And leave William Sapstead out in the lead by 5.3 seconds over Blake Warboys, but pretty much everyone except our top 12 has come into the pits for the moment. Leonage out of the final corner, and Rattray White has just finished his stop. And there goes Leonage back into the effective race lead, and Rattray White now sees a bit more distance between himself and Sean Campbell.
So a couple of factors that give you a long pit lane loss here. The pit lane speed limit starts early after you've got to go the long way around the final corner. And then one thing that we've seen catch out some drivers tonight is that yellow line on the pit exit feeds you very narrow into turn 1, and they've all got to mind that.
Yeah, we saw that happen a couple of times in the Split 2 race earlier when drivers just re-entered the track a little too early. It is a very misleading pit exit at Winton. So, Campbell currently holding the fastest lap, and there's more moves into pit lane. Sapstead is in. Warboys and Dyke also in. That leaves Paul Young and Kobe Jones out in front for the moment, and Jake Maloney, who's been steadily working away at gaining spots from starting dead last, now sits in 3rd. His effective position, though, remains to be seen.
This will be Paul Young and Kobe Jones going long. But everything's been going perfectly for Kobe in the last couple of laps. He finds relatively clear track closing in behind Paul Young. Just 6-ish drivers that haven't stopped at this point. So everyone looking for early in the window, and it's because the tyre undercut seems very powerful, and then once you've gained that track position, passing on track is challenging, requires a lot more delta. So stop early, new tyres, undercut, seems to be the way that everyone sees the advantage.
Well, will Paul Young and Kobe Jones elect to stop the bleeding, so to speak, into the second last turn here? Wide on the way out? No, they are going to commit to a longer run here. And I think by this point, now that we're coming up to the halfway mark of this race, as Emily Jones and Ryan Mueller go side by side, I would think that if you're still out now, then you would be committing to pitting probably round about lap 30 or so and basically do the reverse of what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, go to lap 30, hope for a lap 32 safety car where no one else can pit or decides not to pit because they've already made their CPS, and then restart with 10 lap fresher tyres. That's what you're hoping for. It doesn't seem entirely likely. Safety car chances seemed low for the most part. You almost don't get up to enough speed.
Yeah, no, you don't. Well, Andrew Dutch and Jack Snov, the two cars in pit lane on this lap. Dutch re-emerges just inside the top 20, and now outside it as Andre Heimgartner and Lachlan Pryke pass him. And Dutch having a bit of a slow run through the first couple of corners, as did Jack Snov. So they come out in 25th and 27th. Now, we are half a lap away from that halfway point, and Emily Jones still making tracks on Jamie Dyke here. Lap older tyres, so Dyke I think still getting those bits of rubber up to temperature. But Emily Jones will be focusing on as high a position as she possibly can. Not that that isn't the norm in racing, that's generally the idea, but with the absence now of Ryan O'Sullivan, every position is going to matter here because she has a little bit more of an advantage to gain in that battle for the top three in the championship.
And then I was just thinking about the other things that can be the cause of a safety car in V8SCOPS, and I wonder aloud, is it harder to toast the engine on downshifts with shorter gears?
That's a very good point. I mean, we have seen engines blown at Winton in the past. I think that it largely just comes down to the aggression with which you blip the throttle, right? These cars, you have to manually blip it on the downshifts. These cars do have sequential transmissions. It's not an H pattern sort of job. Used to be, but certainly isn't the case now. But the drivers that are able to just blip the throttle the right amount to keep those revs high, use the engine braking to slow down a little quicker, are the ones that will have the advantage. But yeah, as far as an answer to your question, David, I don't really have one at the moment. It's worth thinking about, though.
Yeah, because what I'm thinking about is if the ratios are kind of closer, then if you accidentally get like a double downshift or something, the revs aren't going to rise as high as when you've got really long, tall gears and you go from fifth to third rapidly and you put too many revs through. And sort of, as you're in the braking zones, you approach the speeds where you can downshift with more frequency because they're closer together and shorter. Dyke using third gear through 7th, 8th and 9th. I thought there were some others who were staying in third around there.
Yes, so he's trying to look after the rears, I'd imagine, and I think Winton is very much a rear-limited circuit with the amount of traction zones. We've been talking about that at length in tonight's broadcast. So I think a sensible decision. He's just preserving the ability for those rear tyres to launch him out of those corners properly. And, I mean, it's working out for him. He's actually extended that gap over Emily Jones in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, I'm sort of seeing what kind of lap times people are doing. Our top four that have stayed out are certainly a little bit slower. Some of them are going to come in. Kobe Jones is going to get unleashed, for example. That Rattray White's brought his tyres in, pulled a little bit of time back on Sean Campbell. Those two are back within a second of each other. Someone has to really woe up on that pit entry. Good thing someone unlocked that gate. And remember, when you come across the gate, leave it how you found it.
Very true. So Rehan Lienage, our effective race leader, will move up into second on track, with Kobe Jones staying out longer than anyone else. And I think he's definitely committing to that reverse critical lap strategy, going all the way to lap 30 and having the freshest tyres of all at the end. Campbell and Rattray White just aren't quite able to keep up with the consistency of Lienage, but Rattray White is the fastest car in the effective top 3 right now, 1 minute 21.7, and Sean Campbell not quite holding on to the pace he was able to at the start.
Yeah, everything I can see suggests that their pit stop times were very similar, so I'm not saying, oh, maybe Sean Campbell needs to save some fuel here or anything like that. Just seems like as they've gone to that new set of tyres, only 2 laps offset between the two. That helps that Rattray White a little bit for the moment. I wouldn't think it'd be that margin and that consistently. It's gone from, a second back to boom, he's right there.
So now the opportunity presents itself for Rattray White to try again to make his way past Sean Campbell into the final couple of corners. Just seeing from my view that Rattray White is just riding the white line on the left side on the way into the penultimate turn. He's using every inch of that racetrack for all it's worth. Sean Campbell playing things a bit more conservatively. Dan said in our ears potentially Campbell is managing the pace right now at a track where he hasn't seemed as comfortable as he had in the opening rounds of the season. And of course, Campbell's been a very busy boy this weekend, competing in the Road America 6 Hour and the Porsche Esports qualifiers. So he may not be running at 100%, Mr. Campbell. Rattray White, on the other hand, he is on an absolute tear of form, especially over the last 6 months or so. And not just in supercar competition either. He's been active on the GT side of things, racing in sports cars, and also competing on the dirt oval side as well in the ASRG Sprint Car Pro Invitational Series. He's been doing pretty well in that as well. So another busy guy, but probably not as much frequency of events this weekend as Campbell.
Seeing again at turn 9, Campbell goes a little bit wider.
Oh, there's the move, maybe. Rattray White seeing the door open, and Campbell gives him the room. Good respect between our championship protagonists here, but it's a drag race to turn 1. And who will get out ahead? Campbell has the inside line for 1, but Rattray White gets past him on the way into turn 2. Move done.
Not quite as wide in turn 9 as he went in turn 11. And Rattray White gets ahead of him once they go through turns 1 and 2. Move. I wonder if there's something a little bit later on here that we could see from Sean Campbell, because at the moment both of them being shown up by Rehan Lienage in this race.
Yeah, it's worth remembering that Campbell pitted 2 laps earlier than Rattray White did as well, so his tyres are probably going to go off maybe a lap or so sooner. So he's probably just driving a bit more conservatively to make sure that he doesn't have as much of a disadvantage when the tyres do go off.
Ryan Mueller's got past Emily Jones.
He has indeed, moving into 9th, which could become 8th spot now that Kobe Jones has made his way into pit lane and the field is cleansed. Everyone has come in for their compulsory, and now we wait to see if Kobe Jones has the rip-tearing pace that we expect he'll have.
And thus concludes this week's episode of Keeping Up with the Joneses. I think really struggling just a tiny bit there. So Mueller pulls a couple further car lengths away. Suddenly Blake Warboy's applying all sorts of pressure. Kobe Jones's stop is done. He'll be just behind them.
It comes out right in the middle of the fight between James Chastaneuf, Paul Young and Adam Briggs. Slots right in there, does Kobe, in 12th spot. But Shasty has the momentum. Can he take advantage as Kobe just needs to bring the car into its window once again?
Quite as vulnerable on the cold tyres as I might have thought, and it only gets better from here. He's got 9 lap fresher tyres than Adam Briggs, just ahead of him, 8 laps fresher than Chastanoff behind. So it's now or never for Chastanoff because Kobe Jones is about to light up.
Indeed. Adam Briggs pitting 9 laps before Jones did, and the general trend with tyre life in these cars is about 10 to 15 laps, depending on the length of the circuit and how much of a load it puts the tyres through. It's about when you expect to see the pace drop off a bit. Right out of the box, these tyres are fantastic. They get you an awful lot of pace, but you've got to make hay while the sun shines, either that or just dose out that pace in good intervals. That's a great exit from the final corner for Kobe Jones. It looks like Adam Briggs is actually letting him through.
Yeah, I think so. Jones still did get a really good exit. He backed up a tiny bit between the penultimate corner and the final corner to make sure his run was perfect, and then Briggs lets him go.
So back to the battle for 9th. Jones, as you said, does seem to have fallen off a little in the last couple of laps. Consistent pace relative to Warboys behind and Mueller in front, but Blake is clearly looking like the slightly better prepared at the moment for this phase of the tyre heat degradation. So can there be a change in the next couple of laps? I gotta wonder, because, you know, it's all well and good looking up at the scoreboard and seeing, oh, there's 18 laps to go when the leaders cross the line next. Plenty of time, but that time will go away faster than you think. It's easy to get lost in the rhythm here at Winton.
Rattray White, fastest driver on track last lap, but 4.6 seconds behind Leonard, who seems to be able to manage fuel, tyres, pace, consistency in a situation like this. But could still get close, and you just think back to race 1, Zach Rattray White, who thought, he can't catch the leader, can he? Oh, he can, he is. Oh, and it really came down to the wire, so you could definitely imagine a situation where Zach Rattray White continues to be the standout performer in the field on long runs. And at the end of those longer runs.
Yeah, for sure. Rattray White, generally the more experienced of the two in this style of car, though Sean Campbell has said on multiple occasions that he really enjoys these cars, and that's why he decided to go for a full season entry this year after doing the Enduros and a few other solo rounds at the end of last year's championship. So 17 laps remain, and the battles in the top 5 looking a bit stagnant at the moment. It's more just watching the clock and seeing who has the advantage lap to lap. What's Campbell like on this occasion? Yeah. Actually, those gaps are Leonage to Rattray White. It seems like a couple of tenths or so on average per lap that Rattray White's taken out of him. Campbell, about 2 tenths slower than Rattray White on that occasion, and Rattray White still the fastest car on track.
For a moment there, it was Kobe Jones, but I think he's found some traffic. So even though he's got tyres and underlying pace, again, traffic, he might have moved Blake Warboys there.
Yeah, potentially. Oh. Warboys now.
Don't adjust your monitor. You're seeing 2 Joneses.
You are indeed. Which is going to be the faster of the Joneses at the end of this one. At the moment, it is Kobe. 122.2 on the previous lap. Jones could only manage a 22.8, so Kobe is looking fantastic right now. And you can see he's having to back off through those hairpins. Emily Jones just doesn't have the cornering speed. Meanwhile, back in the battle for 14th, Chastaneuf and Young side by side. Chastity, it looks like, is going to defend the position into turn 10. But now Kobe Jones will see the start-finish straight beckon in a few corners' time, and that will be his next chance to put a move here on the TTR, number 098. Bit wide for Jones in the penultimate corner, and a little sway in the rear end on the way out of the final turn 2. Here comes Kobe.
Kobe Jones was way quicker than that the lap previous to that in the 121s as well, and then he caught the back of Blake Warboys. Now you see he's behind Emily Jones. He's not quite getting the opportunities he wanted, even though he's quicker. There's always the problem you're going to get into when you run this strategy, though. You're like, oh, I've got really quick tyres right now, but I've been undercut by a few people, and passing is difficult here at Winton.
Yeah, did you notice the turn-in for Emily Jones at turn 3? I think she might have caught the gravel with maybe like a third of her left rear tyre, so that's worth keeping an eye out for. And another small slide on the exit of the turn 7 hairpin. Kobe Jones has a little dent in his front bumper as well, presumably from all the time that he spent behind Emily here. Is there going to be a move at turn 10?
That dent could very well be how he got past Blake Warboys.
Ah, yes, fair enough. Well, that's not the best exit from turn 10 for Emily. Using second gear, apparently, as Emily Jones through turn 10, and Kobe Jones now gets alongside again through the penultimate corner. No room for Warboys to get into the mix there, and Kobe is just forced to bide his time here.
And the situation becomes now onto the 5th lap of the tyres for Kobe Jones. As the longer you do this, the tyres all reach the same plateau. It's that 5 or 6 laps of caffeine hit that they have at the start that gives you the undercut that made Kobe Jones so quick for a moment, but the relative difference gets less.
Keeping an eye on the pace behind as well. It's worth remembering that Adam Briggs, Jake Maloney, and James Chastaneuf aren't too far behind these guys. Neither is Paul Young, and they're all running times comparable to the Joneses and Blake Warboys as things stand. This battle is looking like it's really compressing now. Emily Jones is the cork in the bottle.
Jones can't find anything. Still got Blake Warboys just behind, and then Briggs, Maloney, we know, can be very quick. Paul Young, it's going all right for him when he's got all the bumpers on.
Yeah, remember from race 1, Paul Young had a really difficult run of things. That's another look from Kobe Jones on Emily Jones. And I mean, this really just demonstrates, doesn't it, how difficult it is to make moves at Winton, even when you have a tyre advantage. Track's so narrow, corners are so close together, you really need to rely on a mistake from your rival to take advantage.
Good run from 2, but he hasn't been able to outbrake the Emily version of Jones in any of these corners. Like, had a go with a good run at turn 11. Couldn't make it happen. At turn 3 there, without any overlap before the braking zone, he's just not able to brake as efficiently. Even if he's not doing, if he's doing the mid-corner better, if he's doing the traction better, Emily Jones, she's just better on the brakes.
Yeah, that's how she's staying in front. And did you see how the gap ebbed and flowed for Blake Warboys there as well? On the run into turn 7, he really closed up all of that time that he'd lost in the opening corners. And I keep saying Jones. In this case, I'm referring to Emily. A little bit narrower on the way into turn 9 and defensive again into 10. But there's contact on the way in. And Kobe Jones gets the move done, but not without sending Emily Jones off into the grass.
It's always a tough situation like that. If you decide to defend the inside, you've kind of got to leave space around the outside. But was there much of any overlap before about halfway into the braking zone? In which case, maybe you aren't entitled to stick your nose around the outside if you were never overlapping before the brakes. Kind of always got the sense he was going to try to be there, though.
Yeah, it looked like Kobe's front bumper was like nearly up to Emily Jones's rear axle, but by the rules of the championship, I don't think that's enough overlap, so there may be a penalty coming Kobe Jones's way from that one. A real shame considering the advantage that he is carrying at the moment with those tyres.
That's created a situation behind as we waited, though. Then Maloney gets closer to War Boys, Chastanoff and Briggs get into that battle, and then Emily Jones resumes just ahead of Ken Latta, Andre Heimgartner, Lachlan Pryke, and Billy Mole. Zach Rattray-White takes another second out of Rehan Leonage while we weren't looking. Just, 2 tenths, 3 tenths, just every lap. It's heading in one direction.
Yeah, similar situation to what we saw at the end of race 1 versus Jamie Dyke. It's just Rattray-White is consistently faster by the same amount almost every lap, and the gap just chips away bit by bit as the laps tick down. We've got 12 laps to go right now, and that 22.3 from Rattray-White is head and shoulders above anyone behind him, to say the least.
Yes, I'm going to apply my PhD in statistics and tell you I think Zach Rattray-White is about 2 tenths of a second quicker than Rehan Leonage on average.
Do you have any proof of that? Is there a cited paper that you can refer to?
Yes. Use your site to read what's on the paper.
Haynes et al. 2026. Into turn 10 for Rehan Leonage, and it's a smooth run out, but yeah, it just looks like he's just managing the pace again, much like Sean Campbell has been doing. Oh, that looked like a bit too much curb, maybe, at the penultimate corner, and rear end swinging out just a little bit in between the corners. We'll see what the lap time is at the end of this one. 22.4 from Leonage and a 22.4 from Rattray-White. Apparently, the end of the lap didn't go too well from there.
Very interesting. Not much to speak of in terms of weather or wind direction or any changes like that. Still basically just overcast, mid-late afternoon, 20 degrees Celsius. So other than the track rubbering in, not too much to worry about in terms of temperature coming and going, rain coming and going, or even the wind shifting direction too much.
Yeah, conditions have been very stable today, and speeds at this circuit so low on average that I think those big gusts of wind aren't really affecting the aerodynamic performance of the cars too much. We're on board here with 6th place Russell Pepperell, Jamie Dyke just behind him, the winner of race 1. And it's been another consistent performance from Jamie. He's kept himself in that top 10 the whole way through, maintaining that 2-position gain. And despite a slightly better exit from turn 9 for Pepperell, Dyke will still very much be there, a little bit deeper into turn 10.
Every braking zone, though, Jamie Dyke comes from 3 car lengths back, massively concertina effects in, and you're like, oh, wait, here he is. That's how it goes in places like turn 10 there, but I would say Dyke is appearing a little bit quicker. And Pepperell's one of the drivers with the shortest pit stop. Think about that.
Oh yes, that might be part of why we see Jamie Dyke making up so many gains in the brakes. Potentially Pepperell is having to lift and coast a tiny bit at some of these braking zones. Won't say for sure, but it is a possibility.
Yeah, there's only about 3 drivers I can see that are measured as a pit stop underneath 20 seconds. It's Rehan Leonage, it's Russell Pepperell, and it's weirdly Scott McKenzie down in 26th place.
Yes, McKenzie now the only Misfits car in the server, as Roger Forbert unfortunately dropped his connection some laps ago. Back to the fight for 11th. Warboys holding on now. He's dropped back from Kobe Jones and Ryan Mueller. Jake Maloney's gotten past him as well. 22 spots gained for Maloney to round out the top 10. But Briggs, Chastanerf and Young up behind Warboys. They want to get a little bit closer. Warboys' last lap is suspiciously slower compared to them all. 1 minute 24.3 versus mid 25 from Adam Briggs, and Chastaneuf getting into the low 23s, as did Paul Young. Rain Campbell and William Brown behind are even faster. They're into the 1 minute 22s, and they've got, actually, looking at William Brown, I think that's quite impressive, because he's got, along with Briggs, the oldest tyres in this pack, but still running amongst the fastest.
Yeah, and then it's, last laps of the last race of the night. You think about getting a little bit more optimistic with some of your moves as well. Could be an interesting group to watch. Didn't see what Sean Campbell did, but he had a slowdown penalty, presumably turns 1 and 2, and that cost him some time. Zachary White is now long gone, and William Sapsted's not that far behind for 3rd place. Last lap, lost about a second, did Sean Campbell, with some track excursions.
Yeah, looks like we can actually see it on the replay here, and it was at the last couple of turns here for Sean Campbell. Turning in for the penultimate corner, and yeah, it looked like a bit too much curb there at the second last corner. Clean all the way through, but that was enough for a slowdown. That does seem quite brutal, really. Still had half the car on the racetrack from my view, but regardless, those curbs are so high for a reason.
Well, if cutting that much of that curb is a 1 second slowdown, it tracks that cutting from turn 7 to turn 9 would be like a 30-second stop and hold. It scales pretty linearly from one to the next, I think.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Well, here's Rain Campbell and William Brown, the chasers in the battle for 11th spot, and they're still running consistently high 22s, but it seems like the pace has come back to Warboys, Briggs, Chastaneuf and Young. Further behind them, Emily Jones in 17th is now trying to keep Ken Latta behind, and she has fresher tyres than everyone behind her, but that coming together with Kobe Jones, the sliding that resulted, probably took a little bit more out of her tyres, so she's just managing the pace right now, hoping to stay ahead.
Latta's really sniffing around, and if you saw the damage on the front of Kobe Jones, I think it matches the damage on the rear of Blake Warboys.
Yeah, so
a bit up the road from this.
Yeah, Warboy's a bit walking wounded at the moment. That's a really nice initial getaway from the apex there for Latta, but can't take advantage on the way across that exit curb. 7 laps to go for the drivers at the very front, and frankly, it's still pretty impressive to me how close everybody still is, at least in this area of the field anyway. The 17th place car, Emily Jones, just crossing the line, and, well, just like that, position 23, entering turn 1 as well. If something happens in this pack, it could really...
Andre Heimgartner hit the wall, exiting turn 2, bad ride over the curb, just in the back shot here. There's him alongside, behind us. And I think that's just a mistake from Andre Heimgartner. Got him into the wall, lost his momentum, lost 1 spot. It's a mistake that can happen with those tall curbs in the exit curb, but we just haven't seen a whole lot of today.
Yeah, usually
it starts at 1. It's a bad ride at the curb in 1. Then he's... Yeah. It ends there.
Yeah, it's a very harsh curb there, and really, it's not even a curb. It's just a... Whoa! Hello! That's not ideal. Kurt Stenberg becomes the second driver in this race to cut from turns 7 to 9. He's just been given a black flag for that. I think that might be the end of the run for him.
He can park up next to Ryan O'Sullivan, perhaps. No, he does not look happy.
Yeah, and you know what makes it worse? It was a solo error for Mr. Stenberg. He got a little bit too far up over the curb at turn 6, and that resulted in some major instability for his car.
And then I think some marbles have built up on the outside of turn 7 there as well, as long as we've been racing the new sets of tyres we've thrown on. No, you can't do that. We know that.
So into the pits comes Stenny. 250 V8SCOPS split one races, and that's how Stenny ends. Oh, it's not how he ends the 251st.
Nah, he was just seeing if there were any deals in the My Macca's app or anything. He's going to get some delivery. And if you send your order in now, whatever food you want, you can get it in 5 minutes.
Oh dear. So the penalty's still there for Stenny, though. I think it was a stop and hold potentially that he had to serve there. So that's really painful.
Can you think of many other tracks where there's a physically possible shortcut that's so penalised? Because I know there's some other examples.
Oh, James Chastaneuf getting into Adam Briggs, and Paul Young says, thank you very much, guys. I'll move through into P12 from that. And the fight continues on between the Mustangs. There's going to be 2 more Mustangs joining the fight, Rain Campbell and William Brown. They sort themselves out on the way into turn 1 and fall in line for at least another few corners. Yeah, I don't know. Thinking about it, it would have to be one of the combined oval and road courses, right?
Yeah, maybe if you go straight on at turn 1 of the Daytona road course or something.
Yeah. That's the most obvious one. I'm sure there are others.
Because it'd be about dinner time over there for Kurt Stenberg, so maybe, yeah, dinner plans.
I can confirm, also being in the West, it's just gone 8 p.m. So we'll have some food in our near future.
Okay, I was going to ask for, like, I've had a weather report. Can I get a tummy rumbling report?
My tummy definitely is rumbling. I've got some chicken korma waiting for me out in the kitchen, and I'll be getting on to that as soon as we're done here. 4 laps to go, and Rehan Leonage still leads by 2.5 seconds, but Zach Rattray White has continued to chip away at that gap for the race lead. We focus for the moment on the 5th place fight. Angus Lawford still holding on versus Russell Pepperell and Jamie Dyke, but Jamie has the freshest tyres of the lot here, along with Ryan Mueller, who isn't too far behind, almost making it a 4-way fight.
And there's time yet served in this as well?
Yes. We'll have to wait and see on that. I don't see anything suggesting that Angus Lawford served the time penalty at the pit stop, so it'll probably be added to his race time in the end. All things considered, that'll put him around where Kobe Jones is in 9th. So here we come into those hairpins for the 4th last time in this fight that's been raging on for pretty much the whole race. Dyke still remaining in 7th spot. Pepperell gaining 1 position so far in this one, but he'll ultimately make it 2 when that time penalty is applied to Angus Lawford. The other battles in the field still involving the 13th place, 17th place and 19th place fights. Here is the foremost of them. Number 172 of Adam Briggs still ahead of James Chastaneuf. Paul Young has skipped away in P12. He was probably looking for a move like that, especially considering he has tyres 5 and 6 laps fresher than Briggs and Chasty. Emily Jones is still holding on to 17th, but Kenneth Latter is really putting the moves on her here. Jones may have fresher tyres, but only by a few laps, and I think they're both past their best at the moment, but Ken Latter is clearly dealing with it a little better than Emily is at the moment. We do appear to have lost David Haynes in the midst of all of that, so I'll do my best to bring you these final 2 laps on my own. 5-second penalty coming in for James Chastaneuf there, and that was for the contact we caught live with Adam Briggs. So that's far from ideal there for Shasty. He will not ultimately finish 14th. He'll be a bit further down the road, and at that. That will probably put him back into 18th spot behind Jones and Latter.
I'm good. The fire trucks didn't come for me. Neither did the police.
Good stuff. you stay safe for now. We'll have a lap to go in about half a lap's time, incidentally. And Leonage has kept the gap consistent for now. He's remaining about 2.5 seconds ahead of Rattray White. There hasn't been much movement in the top 4, but the top 5 battle is still raging on. There's Jamie Dyke is still putting the pressure on Pepperell and Lawford. Look at the train of cars up ahead of Jones and Latter, meanwhile. It appears 23 5s for those 4 drivers ahead of them, so potentially could go off here on the final lap. Briggs and Shasty already having a coming together before, David, and it looks like there might be another one coming.
Yes, I believe Chastanov has 5 seconds for that, and when the field is this condensed in the mid-pack, all those little penalties, they're not, lose 1 spot. A lot of them will lose 4 or 5 spots the way that it's going, and Briggs will probably know that Chastanov's got a 5-second penalty, just back him up a little bit and cost him 2 spots.
Yeah, indeed. It will be 4 spots in the end, with 5 seconds more than covering that entire battle on screen. The final lap has already started for Rehan Leonage, meanwhile, and well, we were a bit concerned that Rattray White would get a bit closer to him towards the end of the race, but it seems that the pace has plateaued for the championship leader, and Leonage just has the last half of this lap to go to notch another win on the board.
Yeah, really quality drive here. Adam Briggs
is off. Oh no. Drama on the final lap here. Coming out of the opening corners for Briggs. And that was contact from Chastanov after Briggs had a lock up into turn 1. So not the first time that there's been a bit of a war going on between those guys. Jamie Dyke now under pressure as well on the final lap from Ryan Mueller, who's caught right up to that 5th place battle. But just a couple of corners to go now for Rehan Leonage. The final corner already done, and he is going to take the win in race 2 here at Winton. Brilliant job indeed from young Rehan. He managed to manage those tyres better than anyone else could at the very end. A strong finish for Rattray White, and he'll maintain the championship lead over Sean Campbell coming out of this round.
Yeah, so that's championship-wise a good round for Zach Rattray White. It's a great race from Rehan Leonage. Come from 3rd on the grid there. See the 2 Titans in front of him kind of collide. Make a great strategy call, sweep through and make some gains there. And Campbell, still, his worst results would be good results for anyone else. But unfortunately, it's now a habit of finishing behind Zach Rattray White, who leads him in the championship.
Adam Briggs ultimately crossing the line in 22nd. He'll be a very unhappy camper as Jack Snov and Stacey Boyd become the final cars on the lead lap. Kurt Stenberg still circulating, but just about to cross the line.
Served a minute stopped and still has a black flag. He might have reached the incident of 20x.
Yeah, apparently a new black flag. Or 20 incident points, not the best conclusion to the night there for Stenny. So, regardless, he is known for never giving up and always seeing the checkered flag when he can. So, that will be the end of things for round 8 of V8SCOPS 2026 here at Winton Motor Raceway. The 251st Split 1 race here, won by Rehan Leonage. Zach Rattray White and Sean Campbell complete your podium ahead of William Sapstead and Angus Lawford, though remember Lawford still has a time penalty hanging over his head. Pepperell, Dyke, Mueller, Jones and Maloney will round out your top 10. Jake Maloney up 22 positions in the end. Very impressive from our reigning champion.
Blake Warboys crosses the line in 11th, and when Paul Young keeps his panels on, it goes okay for him. 12th place, having started 12th on the grid. James Chastano crosses the line in 13th with a post-race drive-through and 5 seconds. Ouch. Rain Campbell just behind him, and William Brown, Emily Jones, Ken Latter, Lachlan Pryke, Andre Heimgartner, and Billy Mole.
Jordan Mazzaroli crosses the line in 21st ahead of Adam Briggs and Andrew Dutch. Liam Milner making up 6 spots to 24th. It was also 6 spots gained for Scott McKenzie, who finishes in 25th. Jack Snov and Stacey Boyd, the last finishers on the lead lap. Kurt Stenberg, a lap down on track, but still with a black flag to his name. Ultimately, he would see the checkered. That wasn't the case for Roger Forbert, William Morgan, Ryan O'Sullivan, or Sean van der Meulen. That is the end of it. And well, now we bring our race winners into the fold. First off, we'll go to the winner of race 1, Jamie Dyke of Fishy Motorsports. Even taking that win out of the counting, Jamie, still a P7 finish in race 2. Winton really smiled on you today, but it must feel fantastic to finally break that victory duck.
Oh, I'm over the moon. Howdy, boys. Yeah, I think before this round, my best finish was like a P8 in SCOPS over 4 years. So to do a first and a P7, I'm pretty happy.
As you should be. It looked like that Mustang was set up very nicely to preserve those tires. We did notice that you were backing off a little bit in places. Was that just a case of looking after the tires, or could you just not get the moves done where needed in race 2?
First stint, I was fuel saving. I ended up saving 6 liters or so I did pretty well there. And second stint, I was definitely quicker than Pepperell, but he had his setup. His car had really good drive, so unless he made a mistake, I really couldn't do anything.
Well, regardless, you still come across the line in 7th place, a fantastic points haul for you, and finally notching a win on the board for the 250th V8SCOPS Split 1 race, Jamie. Anyone you want to thank before we let you go, mate?
Obviously, I'd like to thank my team, Fishy Motorsports, and all of our sponsors. I can't rattle them off my head at the moment. I'll give a shout out to all the bar guys and the Phase 4 guys for helping me out and getting me quicker. We've come a long way this year, so thank you all for the help. And thank you guys for the broadcast.
It certainly brought some results. We'll be seeing you next round at Circuit of the Americas, Jamie. Now you have some success to back up.
Yeah, pet track next. Let's go.
Excellent stuff. Jamie Dyke there, the winner of race 1. David Haynes has got Rayhan Leonage, meanwhile, the winner of race 2.
I do. Well done. We were just sort of recapping your race at the end there, and to come from third on the grid, you know, the two titans of this season ahead of you, and you make them both look foolish. What a great race.
Yeah, it was a very intense race, especially those last 10 or 15 laps. Yeah, Zach had a lot of pace in the end there, but we just did enough in that first stint, got a big enough gap, and then just had to manage it to the end.
With the tyres fading in lap time the way they did, but Winton being so difficult to overtake, was it always going to be the case of stopping on the early side of the window for tyres?
That was sort of the plan, yeah. First stint though, the tyres held on a bit better than I thought, so I thought it would be better to run a bit longer, but with when Sean pit, we thought it's too risky to try stay out later because we don't want to end up behind, so and ended up working out well. We had good enough tyres to pull in those first few laps, and then just trying to hold off Zach to the end.
Even on the race start, you got a really good getaway and just know where to go with it. So from that very initial moment of purchase, you must have felt pretty good about this race.
Yeah, well, it's a bit unfortunate I got the good start in this race, not in the first one when I actually needed it, but it was sort of a good sign to start off the race, and being in a good position there, and obviously I knew the top 3, we had a bit more pace than the rest, really put us in a good position and helped me relieve some of the pressure a little as well.
Spectacular job. Feature race winner, fastest lap of the race. I'm sure there's some people you'd like to thank.
Yeah, I'd like to thank 888 Excavation and Landscaping, Hybrid Racing Simulations, Gamma Flare, DHF Tires, RSW Graphics, Aramex Heatherton, Bubbles and Balloons, and Phoenix Driver Development, and Dad for helping out with the strategy and comms, and you guys for putting on the show, and obviously Zach and Sean for the really good fights throughout the race.
Spectacular. We'll see you next time at NASCAR West Circuit of the Americas.
Thank you very much.
Lovely stuff from Rehan Leonage tonight. And finally, we have the round winner in the box with us, Zach Rattray-White. It looked like Sean Campbell was going to give you a run for your money there, but it looked like you had the advantage here at Winton, Zach. Your consistency and speed was certainly worth noting today.
Yeah, I think very significant pace advantage, especially over him. I just got impatient. I was too caught up on the idea of Rehan just fuel saving and gapping me in the pit stop, and I got in my own head and thought that the move needed to happen sooner rather than later. And yeah, pinched the inside front and made a little bit of contact and made a bit of a dick of myself, but that's how it goes.
Regardless, it's the finishing positions and the points that matter, and with second place in both races today, you've done enough to extend your championship lead coming into the next round at a new layout of Circuit of the Americas. We're going to the NASCAR West layout. Have you done any testing of that layout yet?
I did another league race there not too long ago, a couple months ago maybe, and I quite enjoyed it. I think the general consensus of the public is that COTA does not belong with V8 Supercars, but I actually really like the layout, so I got a little bit of a baseline that I can work off straight away, which would be good and handy, but yeah, I think it'll be quite fun.
Well, certainly hoping that you'll be right up there on pace if how much you like it is anything to go by, Zach. Congratulations once again on the round victory, though the dub did not come in either race tonight. You still did enough to get the maximum points. Anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, just the rest of Eclipse for the help that they put in this week, and especially Marino. He did a lot to make the dock a bit more compliant. This car is way too oversized for this track, so I'm glad it's over.
All right, well, congratulations once again, Zach. We'll be catching you next month at COTA.
Thanks, Reese.
Zach Rattray-White there. And bringing our show to a close. Really happy with the action today, David, but we're going to be going back to Circuit of the Americas, where V8SCOPS first got its start. The test season of this championship some 12 years ago started here at COTA, but we are, as I said, running a slightly different layout on the NASCAR West layout, of which I believe you described the track limits as a war crime. Do you think you can explain that a bit more?
Yes, I think the main. I'm not fond of it. No, but you say that 12 years on, Circuit of the Americas has been adjusted in some ways. So the classic West version that Supercars raced on before is now a new, slightly longer NASCAR version, and the track limits are suggestions, and it's ugly.
Well, we'll see just how ugly it gets when V8SCOPS comes here in August. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be racing here, and we'll be bringing it to you live on SimSpeed TV as always. Big thanks to everybody for tuning in across the world, whether you've come to us from YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or Kick. Thank you very much for your custom, and we certainly hope to see you next time we go racing here in the AusNZ sim racing community. I'm Reese Gardner, David Haynes alongside me, and Dan Yeaman in the producer's chair tonight. We're SimSpeed TV. We'll see you again very soon.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.